Hello, everybody. We are back. And it's the half anniversary, which means we can finally pull for the units I've been waiting for, or at least two of them. We're gonna have to wait for the banner rotation. Why is it not letting me? There, okay. Okay. We got Rio, and we got Himari. That's it, yep. Okay, so we have 100 free pulls over a certain course of days. I have yet to decide whether I'm just going to pull for both of them right now and get them done, or if we're going to wait for the free 100. I guess it depends on how lucky we are. Oh.
私が来てもよかったんでしょうか。
Those
邪魔
five.
だと思いましたら、いつでもおっしゃってください。
Is that on 6 or 7?
ご主人様と一緒に楽しい一日を始めちゃおう。本の中の物語のように私たちの物語が始まります。
Oh, also, Steam's doing that thing where I have to download a file, verify it, and then I can download the next one when I'm trying to patch my games. It's terrible. I hate it so much. So for Blue Archive, I just uninstalled the entire game and reinstalled it, and that was faster.
怒ってないから誤解しないでね、先生。顔が怖いってよく言われるんだ。ミレニアムサイエンススクール所属音瀬小玉。先生の声が聞こえたのでここに来ました。
Red Winter? Oh, it's
レッドウィンター連邦学園の保安委員長として真の勇姿を見せてやろう。
a new student?
試練が怖い時、苦難に負けそうな時、私が一緒に立ち向かってあげましょう。夏の青春活動って言えば海しかないよな。みんな準備はいい？
We still need more copies of you?
僕空彩音です。ただいまより先生の支援を担当します。
What I'm gonna do is restart this and replug my headset because it sounds like some parts are very loud and some parts are not very loud. So let me see if I can fix that. We'll see if that fixed it, but okay. Go Himari. No? Okay.
本の中の物語のよう、本の中の物語の夢かと思った。今この瞬間。こんにちは、先生。これからよろしくね。怪我をされた方はいらっしゃいますか？私がすぐに駆けつけますよ。本の中の物語、本の中の物語のミレニアムサイエンススク、ミレニアムサイエンススク、白衣の天使があなたを訪ねてきましたよ。
All right. Okay, so it's going to consume my tickets and pyroxene. Okay. Oh. 4?
ゲ
Okay.
ヘナ学園給食部のジュリと言います。お腹が空いたらいつでも私に言ってくださいね。
That's 1,
本の中の物語。
2, 3.
私
Okay,
が
here we
来
go.
て
Come
も
on. Millennium. 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 No. Who? Oh, it's
こんにちは先生。
Umika.
百鬼夜行連合学院所属お祭り運営委員会の里浜海香です。お祭り好きですか？
Well,
ゲ
that's
ヘ
cute.
ナ学園給食
2 new
説明
students.
や解説が必要なら私に任せてください。試練が怖い時怪我をされた方はいらっしゃいます？それで今から何をすればいいの？
I need to max out Chisei because she's good against the mystic version of the ship boss. Okay. Now it's time to actually start cutting into our budget. No, we did not get a 3 for 3. Dang. We tried.
小さいからってなめないで。将来性はものすごいんだから。怪我をされた方はいらっしゃいます？ゲヘナ学園給食ご主人様と一緒に楽しい一日を始めちゃおう。試練が怖い時説明や解説が必要。ミレニアムサイエンスごきげんよう。あ、こっちの言葉の方がより自然かもです。はじめまして。ゲヘナ学園給食部の最高のご奉仕をお約束しご主人様へのご挨拶といたします。
Oh, did you guys see that the that one VTuber from Phase Connect, I think, is getting a guest appearance on the Blue Archive channel? I think that's really cool. I heard a lot of people vouching for her for being doing something like that. One. Okay, who's it gonna be? Millennium. It is? Oh.
電子の領域を制する最も合理的な答えをあなたに見せてあげる。
We got Rio. And within 100. So we're gonna pull to 100 since, well no, 120. Yeah, we'll pull to 120, and then we'll use the rest of the free pulls to pity if we have to.
浦和花子です。これからいろいろとよろしくお願いしますね。ごきげんよう。ご主人様と一緒に楽しい一日。試練が怖い時
夏の青春活動って言えば海しかないよな。みんな準備はいい？
How many more do we need to get 3-star for her?
ミレニアムサイエンスレッドウィンター連邦学園知識解放戦線の秋泉もみじです。世のすべての知識を守るために一緒に戦いましょう。
We got Rio. Nice. Okay, so now the rest on Hot Wheels. Let's go.
「自警団任務の延長ですね。トリニティの安全のためならいくらでも協力します。怪我をされた方はいらっしゃいますか？試練が怖い時、試練が怖い時、試練が怖い時。怪我をされた方はいらっしゃいますか？小さいからってなめないで。ゲヘナ学園9。
お祭り運営委員会のしずこです。これからよろしくお願いしますね、先生。はいはい、そうですよ。営業用のセリフです。
Okay, 6 more pulls. Come on, Himari. Don't let Rio outdo you.
「これからすっごく面白い物語が始まるよ。ごきげんよう。怪我をされた方はいらっしゃい。ミレニアムサイエンス。小さいからってなめない。ごきげんよう。自警団任務の延長ですね。ゲヘナ学園9。浦和花子です。これからいろいろとよろしくお願いしますね。はい、それはもういろいろと。私、試練が怖い時、説明や解説が必要。自警団任務の延長ですね。ゲヘナ学園9。これからすっごく面白い。怪我をされた方はいらっしゃいます。白衣の天使があなたを訪ねてきましたよ。
We've only gotten new students, so this is to be expected, right? Like, this is par for the course. We're fine.
「試練が怖い時、小さいからってなめないで。浦和花子です。小さいからってなめない。ごきげんよう。ゲヘナ学園給食部の。怪我をされた方はいらっしゃいます。小さいからってなめないで。すべての出会いは必然。これからどうぞよろしくお願いします、先生。
That's loud.
「夢かと思った。ゲヘナ学園9。自警団任務の延長ですね。ご主人様と一緒に。夢かと思った。美食研究会のあかりです。これから一緒に美味しいものを食べに行きましょうか。自警団任務の延長ですね。ミレニアムサイエンススクール。怒ってないから誤解しないでね、先生。顔が怖いってよく言われるんだ。
Come on. Come on. Come on.
明や解説が必要な。ご主人様と一緒にご主人様と一緒にご主人様と一緒に
Wow.
楽しい。怪我をされた方はいらっしゃいますか？ご主人様と一緒に楽しい。ミレニアムサイエンススクール自警団任務の延長ですね。バルキューレ警察学校のキリノです。皆さん手を上に上げて本官の指示に従ってください。
Last one, or do we go back on our plan and just keep pulling anyway? Uh...
ゲヘナ学園給食部ミレニアムサイエンススクールゲヘナ学園給食ご主人様と一緒に本の中の物語のよ。怪我をされた方はいらっしゃいます。小さいからって舐めないで。ごきげんよう。最高のご奉仕をお約束しご主人様へのご挨拶といたします。
I mean, it's the anniversary, right? Punished.
「正義実現委員会羽川蓮美先生の指示をお待ちしております」。
説明や解説が必要。小さいからって舐めないで。ミレニアムサイエンススクール試練が怖い時ご主人様と一緒に自警団任務の延長ですね。ゲヘナ学園給食最高のご奉仕をお約束しご主人様へのご挨拶といたします。
I have a feeling we've already used up all our luck.
奥空彩音です。ただいまより先生の支援を担当します。自警団任務の延長ですね。
少女を美しくするのは化粧ではなく熱情さ。
本の中の物語のご主人様と一緒にゲヘナ学園給食ごきげんよう。ミレニアムサイエンスス本の中の物語それで今から何をすればいいの
We haven't had a single pink in a while. And it's gonna continue.
会えて嬉しい先生。ミレニアムの力を先生に見せてあげる。
I mean, there's a
怪我
bunch
をされ
of
た方はいらっしゃいますか？
general pull
自警団任務の延長です
we
ね。
would love to have.
小さいからって舐めないで。ミレニアムサイエンススクール自警団任務の延長ですね。怪我をされた方はいらっしゃいますか？自警団任務の延長ですね。小さいからって舐めないで。給食部の風花です。食べたいものがあったらいつでもおっしゃってください。
It'd be like that. Oh my gosh.
「夏の青春活動」って言えば
自警団任務の延長ですね。ご主人様と一緒に本の中の物語の 説明や解説が必要。
自警団任務の延長ですね。
怪我をされた方はいらっしゃいます。
ご主人様と一緒に楽しい。
夢かと思った。今この瞬間。
I mean, this is why we've been saving,
先生、これからよ
but
ろしくね。
it sucks that it's just, so bad luck. Oh my god.
本の中の物語の怪我をされた方はいらっしゃいます。
怒ってないから。
ミレニアムサイエンススク試練が怖い時。ミレニアムサイエンススクミレニアムサイエンススクール。小さいからってなめないで。ゲヘナ学園給食部。別に協力するつもりはないんだけど。食べ物くれるの？どんなの？どんなやつ？
Come on, man. Come on. Nothing.
「自警団任務の延長ですね。
試練が怖い時。試練が怖い時。試練が怖い時。ミレニアムサイエンススク説明や解説が必要。
えへへおま
ゲヘナ学園給
夏の青春活動って言えば海しかないよな。みんな準備はいい？
Two more. At least we get to keep our 3. This is... I'm just...
怪我をされた方はいらっしゃいます。ミレニアムサイエンススゲヘナ学園給試練が怖い時。本の中の物語の怪我をされた方はいらっしゃいます。ゲヘナ学園給最高のご奉仕をお約束し、ご主人様へのご挨拶といたします。
This is just sad. No pinks. None at all. Yeah, okay. So even if we had waited,
ミレニアムサイエンス
it would have been for nothing.
ゲヘナ
Oh,
学
we would have
園
saved some. We would have saved. But
浦和花子です。試練が怖い時。ミレニアムサイエンススク試練が怖い時。ミレニアムサイエンススク
ご主人様と一緒に夏の青春活動って
we
言
did
え
get a
ば
lot of Rengi.
海しかないよな。みんな準備はいい？
部長潜入後方支援。すべてをこなせる超天才清楚系病弱万能美少女ハッカーこと明星ひまり。満を持して登場です。先生、お待たせいたしました。
Well, she's there. And we're gonna get some more pulls. But, that was painful. And then, let's see what they do. Now, we did get some more new students, so it wasn't a complete wash. We didn't get duplicates, right? So this is not good, but it's not the worst thing we could have gotten. So we got Umika, Mystic Special, Frontline. She summons cannons up to 5, and they each last for 50 seconds. And then they share HP with her. And then once her second skill activates, Ooh, 2,000. That's a lot. Okay, so every 10 attacks increases her attack. And also increases the attack of all of her launchers. I see. And then HP, of course, because I scale off her HP. Increases attack every 55th. Normal attack for 40 seconds. Also decreases the cost of her next summon by 3. So she gets free summons every 55 attacks. Her beloved assault rifle, she claims it's the perfect festival accessory, great for announcing the start of festivities or resolving any minor disputes that arise during the event. And then she already has a bond item? Mystic effectiveness, that's good. Blah blah blah. And increases mystic effectiveness. Additionally grants launch signal to all ally fireworks launchers every 3rd basic skill activation. I don't get it. Was this one not of all? I don't get it. First year Festival Operations Department member. Raised in the countryside, she has a deep love for city festivals. She's practically a festival encyclopedia and lists off trivia whenever she opens her mouth. She occasionally needs a reminder that silence is golden. That's not nice. Just let her talk. And now we've got Marina Chipao. She is a striker, piercing heavy. 6 cost, that's not good. Damage to 1 target, and then poison damage over time. She might be good for the ship boss, the heavy armor version. Deals attack damage to 1 enemy. If they're inflicted with poison, increases attack speed additionally. Normal attack range and attack. That's good. So she's not drawing aggro as long as you have an actual tank. Normal attacks deal additional damage to enemies inflicted with poison. So she just leans heavily into just poison damage. No matter the place or the outfit, she'll take down those who question the authority of the Red Winter office without a second thought. She's dressed up in a Chipao for the exchange event with Shanghai Jing. She's thoroughly enjoying her role in the exchange by fawning over pandas, acknowledging Shanghai Jing's hospitality and so on. While she seems a bit flustered by the completely different style of outfit compared to Red Winter, others seem to appreciate it. She has gloves. Okay, so she's a critical user. Critical damage dealer. Maria's she's a backline piercing elastic. Though the elastic doesn't matter because she's in the backline. Let's see. Tactical wheelchair. Rides her tactical wheelchair into battle, granting it 10% of her HP. Recovers HP to allies in a circular area. Up to 5 times. That's not very much. Deals damage to 1 enemy with the highest HP. Increases type effective damage to heavy armor by 17. So, does that mean that it essentially grants piercing effectiveness to all allies? Just in the opposite direction? Does that stack with armor piercing effectiveness? Is it multiplicative or additive? Upon summoning the tactical wheelchair, increases piercing effectiveness of one ally for 12 seconds every 7 seconds. Prioritizes allies affected by her EX skill. That seems pretty good. And 3 cost? A 3 cost vehicle summon. Increases critical damage when using the EX skill for 30 seconds. Prioritizes those affected by her EX skill. Increases HP. Cost recovery. Oh, I didn't even know that was there. And then her cliff-top bloom. Her simple and beautiful pistol. Thanks to the mods on her motorcycle. No, wheelchair. You might see her use it more often. And then she is critical healing. Former president of Veritas? Wait. Oh, that's right. She did quit Veritas. And current president of Super Phenomenon Task Force. She has donned a special suit to aid her in the fight against the Steel Continent. While her suit is fitting, she also arms herself with what she insists is a tactical wheelchair. It's designed for the front lines and equipped with impressive firepower and mobility. Her outfit does look good. And then got Rio. She's a striker. Okay. Explosive special. Actually, her being a vehicle, having elastic defense, that actually matters. So, I was criticizing it a second ago, but that's good. Okay, Rio has just straight up damage to one target. That is a lot of damage, and for 4, I don't know, but that is a lot of damage. Critical damage every 35 seconds for 30 seconds. Amazing uptime. Increases attack, that's expected. Chance to increase type effective damage dealt to light armor enemies when attacking for 13 seconds, cooldown 5 seconds. If this works the way I think it does, this is top tier. Because it's adding another multiplier against enemies. And against raid bosses, you can afford to sacrifice one of your slots for something like this. Policy Maker, her defense pistol. Thanks to her suit's support, she can fire with even greater precision than before, because her original form said that she's not that great of a shot, so that's a cool callback. And she is critical damage. President of Seminar, Millennium's Student Council. Wait, she's the president? So she came back? An extraordinary situation calls for an extraordinary outfit. Rio's versatile suit is designed to adapt to any situation. On-site utility, machine work, real-time analysis, and even electronic warfare. And that's everyone, right? Yes. We do not have enough for you. 5 more. But we can upgrade you.
私にこれだけのリソースを投じるなんて。ええ、その意味は理解しているわ。
And a reminder, she's actually younger than Michiru.
分かっています先生。気を抜いてはいけませんが、かといって緊張しすぎるのもよくありませんね。無双家たちが見る夢みたいですね。
Who are we looking for?
この空
40
間
past
の
Kimari,
構
so
造
let's go for Rio.
印象
Where's
的
Rio?
ですね。
There you go.
こんなにも私のことを求めてくださるなんて。この身も心も。私には先生しかいないの。お芝居じゃないよ。
これが不確かなものが輪郭を持つ瞬間なのね。 片付けがうまくできるようになりたい。
And then we go for Amari. If it ever loads.
なんだかウォータータイムを思い出す。
Oh, she's still not walking around. Okay.
なんだかウォータータイムを思い出す。
先生と出会ってから起きたことは、全知の学位を持つこの私でも予測できないものばかりでした。そしてこれからも。
And then, time for the event.
ランラランララン。
状況の把握と分析が先決です。それさえも容易ではありませんが。先生もやってみる？やらない？そっか。
Does this mean that there's not any regular missions?
この結果をどう解釈。
状況の把握と分析が。先生もやってみる？やらない？そっか。
I don't see anything to click on though. Okay, so we have to wait for one to appear?
.この結果をどう解。
初めての場所なのになんだか懐かしい。不思議な感じがするね。お姉ちゃん、ちゃんと緊張感を持ってほしいんだけど。
Well, it is nice that we get to go those old ones again, but I don't really understand. Like, what am I supposed to spend all my energy on?
状況の把握と分析が先決。
Okay, so I had to look around, and apparently it's not that type of event. It's going to be like server raids and stuff like that, which is kind of disappointing because I saved up all this energy and have nothing to spend it on. But that, you know, retrospect, that explains why we didn't get a notification saying, "Hey, these units are getting bonuses." So that answers a lot. So what are we going to do instead? We might as well just get caught up on the Decagrammaton stuff, right? And while we're doing that, we might as well, just in case we have some fights. Where were we last on Decagrammaton? We are... we're behind. departure. What happened last? Oh, it's finally arrived. Yes, the last of the resources have arrived from the grid points. Well, well, well. Factually, honestly, that's not quite true. Total collection rate is at 99.98%. Your statement is false. Until we receive about 2 more deliveries, that is. That's true, but it's fine, Ein. Considering the what do you call it? The margin of error. We're still fully prepared to start the next steps. Hour? Why are you always ruining the mood? But did you not agree with me, Soph? And what exactly did I agree to? I can count the number of times I've been aligned with your nonsense on one hand. The very factual statement is that Ein is the cutest when she's crying. What? Well, that is true, then. Even you, Soph? Ein, what I'm trying to say is, I didn't mean it like, look what you did, Hour. On what basis do you accuse me? Everyone? The resource transfer is complete. Next, it's our laborer's turn. Good job, Ein. Everything is functioning as intended, yes? But still, I'm worried. Helical number 5's wounds haven't healed yet. Helical number 5? Oh, you mean the one with the paint peeled off? You already named it? Yes, it's more likely to rust with damaged paint. So I reinforced it with huge machine arm while I was treating it. And now it's bigger. And so it needs bigger power. That means the actuator also has to be bigger. So I used this chance to make a bigger body with stronger materials to calm down, Ein. Deep breaths. I know this. Helical number 3, you said? I know that device is very, very important to you. It's number 5. And helical number 5 is not a device. That child is... It's special. How could it be that special? It's just 1 out of tens of thousands of laborers. How cold and cruel. Soph, the cold-blooded, brutal overseer who sees everything as means to her ends. Do you really not know that your cold, soulless words wound Ein's tender heart? I don't want to hear that from you. Anyways, Ein, will that be sufficient to treat helical number 5's wounds? All physical upgrades must be accompanied with corresponding software optimization and support. You fitted helical number 5 with the gift of power, but its joints and parts may slowly wear away. Its life expectancy could even be halved. What? I don't want that. Yes, I'll assist. Trust in me. First, I shall optimize its processes. It'll be capable of operating twice as fast, finishing work in half the time. And while it is idle, yes. Let's make it so that helical number 5 grabs its own feet and spins around in the same spot forever, endlessly? And then... That's too mean. No violence. But since the collection rate is at 99.98, yes, you're right. It's finally time. Yes, for our elder sister. For Malkuth to finally descend to this plane. Can we do it? I didn't ruin everything, right? If I made a mistake or something, and elder sister didn't wake up because of it... Cut the nonsense, Ein. We trust you. You've already done well all this time, no? None of us can come close to you when it comes to knowledge of mechanical equipment. But... I understand your concerns, Ein. After all, at a certain point, you must begin to consider quantum mechanical effects. Saying that you did your utmost becomes a feeble excuse at one point or another. But it simply is what it is. Oh, wrong person. But it simply is what it is. With every endeavor comes a time when you must simply accept the rules, or the results. While I do not necessarily endorse our use of borrowing the forbidden power to facilitate our elder sister's descent, what matters is the results. The results. And look how we've concealed this place from nosy outsiders. Yes, the multidimensional the multidimensional interpretation probability superposition phase barrier. That's long and annoying, so let's just call it the multidimensional barrier. Using space itself, where all possibilities in infinite dimensions are included as probabilities, as a defensive mechanism. We procured an excellent sample that day. Thanks to that, we were able to reverse engineer that and reconstruct it to what it is now. Yeah, they borrowed it from the art. Is now the time you, at last, admit that my invaluable contributions led to this particular result. Yes, I despise admitting to it, but it's true. I'm sorry, when it comes to that part of theory, I still don't fully get it. It's fine, Ein. In the first place, all three of us have different things we're good at, right? So, why is your kindness reserved for Ein and only Ein? Look deep inside yourself for the answer to that question. Anyways, yes, this place is under the multidimensional barrier's protection. It's nearly impossible for nosy outsiders to sniff around here. We could even say we wield the Nameless God's power in our very hands. Can we really think of it that way? What if someone gets mad at us later for using it? Well, aren't we the ones making the best possible use of said power? Why do you insist on complicating things? We are perfect beings. We simply utilize what we desire and throw out the rest. Why give a single care for a forbidden legacy of the lost times? Yes, we've heard of the existence of the gods, priests, and such. They should bow with gratitude that we are utilizing their power. Those losers who bent the knee to time. Nice hour, that's a spirit. Is it really okay to do this? At last, I made it to the other end. Or to the end. How was it? Yes, I know. This is a trash game. In the first place, sis, why is it that the second I set foot on the ice, I die of hypothermia? Because the game's set in a polar region. That's what happens in polar regions, right? That's way too extreme. You need to at least let people play the game. As long as you don't skip the tutorial, you'll get snow gear. The tutorial that took 30 minutes to get through, and you have to find that gear in an obscure hidden corner of the map? And more importantly, even in real life, you don't die the second you touch some ice. You've never been to the Arctic. How do you know, huh? Fine, whatever, forget realism. What happened to all the snow gear and resources I drew for you? Those will be released with future DLCs. Then don't ask me to draw them in the first place. Stop fighting. However, I had a lot of fun. I had fun making the game, as well as playing it together and fixing it. Oh, Iris. Oh, Iris. Geez, it has been a long time. Alice. Maybe it always ends up like this because Alice spoils Sis too much. But I do think there's a fundamental problem. What could we have missed? As a story writer, designer, and lead producer, this is a problem I need to seriously ponder. You're the one who gave yourself the lead producer title. I got it! Based on my expertise, I can conclude that our game's polar adventure is just lacking real-life references. To be more specific, we need more realistic information about the polar region. What are you even on about, sis? What do you think's gonna happen there? We're just gonna pack up our stuff, take a trip out to the glacial sea? Trip? Even more outside than outside? That's... Yuzu? Yuzu, are you okay? But think about it. Endless fields of snow, blue glaciers, polar bears, and penguins playing together. Don't you think that an awesome scene like that would just fill us with inspiration and energy? I don't think polar bears and penguins play together. It's total self-gratification. Also, polar bears and penguins don't live in the same region. And even if they met, the penguins would get eaten. Please don't bring real wilderness stuff into this. Someone's calling Alice? Is this number not... Sensei? Wait, is Sensei? Talking to Sensei is nice. Hello, Sensei. Hi, Alice. Yes, this is Sensei's Alice. It feels like it's been a long time. Is it not simply a feeling? Think about it. It truly has been too long. Momoi, Midori, Yuzu, and I would all like to see Sensei more often, so please call us more. Sorry. By the way, is everyone there? Yes, we are all in the club room testing a new game we created. We would like to play it with you, Sensei. Is it that good of a game? That is... I am unsure. However, the process of making it was very fun. Is everything okay, Sensei? The tone of your voice seems to be slightly different from what I'm used to. Yeah, you're right. You said everyone was there, right? Yes, we are. I kept going back and forth about how much I should tell Alice and the game development department. But in the end, I thought honesty would be the best policy. Yeah, stop dodging around the subject. Just go straight to it. Get it done. I would like you all to listen closely to what I'm about to say. Seal? Exploration? Yay, I understand, Sensei. Is that not wonderful, Momoi? A glacial trip with everyone. Heck yes, perfect timing. Sensei's the best. But you realize this will be very dangerous, right? Right, sis. And you too, Alice. Let me summarize what Sensei said. We're up against this mysterious AI thing with mysterious goals. On top of that, it made some giant robot monster to help reach said goals. They might need Alice's help in fighting it. We already deal with those kinds of bosses enough in video games. You should take this more seriously. But Sensei, I'm your ally, and you are my ally. I'm very thankful to hear that. But let me reiterate myself. In a way, this is... I understand now. This is a very situational, a very serious situation. It may be so dangerous that you will not be able to guarantee my safety. Alice? Understood. Sensei, how do I get to the glacial sea? What? Alice? Alice? Why are you surprised? One should not run away when an ally is in trouble. That is a basic tenet of party play. And for me, I feel grateful that I'm the one you think of in this kind of situation. It means you trust me, Sensei, and that trust between us is proof that we are allies. Are you sure about it? Sensei, I may only be an apprentice, but I'm still a hero. At least, I'm trying to be, every day. So I would like to help make this world a better place, even if it's just by a little bit, and I mean that. This is why I cannot run away and hide when someone has helped me so much reaches out to me. This is how I'll make the world better, in my own small way. But what will you do if things get really, really dangerous? I see. If things do become that dangerous, then no matter what, I will return to being a student and hide somewhere safe. Oh, that's totally right. After all, there's no such thing as a cheap move when it comes to gaming. Yes. Well, as long as you're not hacking or cheating. I think we could do that much. What do you think, Sensei? Can you pinky promise to pull off cheat moves if it comes down to that? Of course, Sensei. A hero never goes back on a promise. Oh, but is keeping a cheat promise a good thing to do? It's fine, Alice. It's like cheesing a game, yeah. And sometimes you have to cheese games to win, right? Like Easter eggs that devs put in, hoping that players will make use of them. I see. I understand. Then I must ask again. How can I get to the Glacial Sea? Thank you, Alice. Momoi, Midori, Yuzu, thank you. And there's one last thing I want to say. What is it, Sensei? Make sure to dress warm. Oh, yeah? Huh? Sensei, is there a problem? Rio should be getting here about now. There are still 5 minutes remaining. Perhaps that's enough time to start expecting someone to arrive? However, when it comes to Rio, I believe she should come exactly on time, not a single second late. Or on very rare occasions, she'll arrive a minute early. Himari, aren't you cold? Yes, I am. Unbearably so. In fact, I'm colder than an elegant cliff-top bloom getting directly hit by the morning frost. How about staying inside? Although it's a reasonable suggestion, I'm making this particular event an exception. She not only threw this work in my face, but also decided to disappear of her own volition. If I weren't here to greet that president, who's at long last showing her face, the frustration and anger would keep me up all night. It'd be nice if you could just be honest and admit that you're excited to see her after so long. That's not true. You're wrong. You completely misunderstand me. I cannot believe we spent this much time together, and you still have no idea what kind of person I am, Emmy. I actually said that because I knew you so well. Anyway, much has happened. And although I joined halfway through, I can confidently say that my bonds with President Himari and Emmy are just as strong as everyone else's. Wow, that's some confidence there. Of course, Sensei. I was once told that, with enough passion and brute force, things like this can work out somehow. By who? Momoi. Ah, yes. That makes sense. Looking back, Rio was the one who created the Super Phenomenon Task Force, Decagrammaton. The goal was to research a deity to prove its existence and, if possible, analyze its constitution if such a thing were possible. Then it would mean that it could be replicated. This is how a new god would be created. Wait. Oh, okay. She created the Super Phenomenon Task Force. Okay, for a second I misread that and thought she created Decagrammaton. I was like, what? The absolute being autonomous analysis system was created based on that hypothesis. In other words, it's an artificial intelligence seeking out divinity. Originally, it was just me and the president. Then Emmy brought Sensei. We've gone from the desert to factory to ruins to here. I have nothing special to add. I am randomly interjecting. Otherwise, I would have to sit by idly, and that is boring. Come here, Toki. I'll hold your hand. Thank you. For some reason, this feels unfair. Me too. You two, are you Sensei's pets or something? Anyways, I refuse to indulge in dull nostalgia, yammering on about so much has happened or time has flown by. That doesn't align well with the image of a delicate yet beautiful super genius hacker like me, and it ruins the mood. Just like efficient hacking, everything in life should be done in a quick, clean manner with no ramifications. It seems she arrived while we were talking. Haha, Rio. I can't remember, does this happen before or after Seiya's event? You've arrived in something rather ostentatious, haven't you? My transport ship? It's nothing special. They say the big can serve the purpose of the small. There's still a lot of room for improvement. I didn't have time to properly outfit with everything we might need for this mission. Yes, all right. We'll just say you did your best. Welcome, Rio. We were waiting for you. Sensei. Welcome, Miss Rio. We've been waiting for you for precisely 5 minutes. Okie. Have you found your purpose? My purpose? No, it's okay. You don't need to answer if it's too difficult. Just by seeing you now, I know the answer. Is that so? Yes. I've said it once before, but please indulge me one more time. I'm sorry, Toki. I'll take full responsibility for everything that happened. What? You've grown, Miss Rio. I haven't seen such a heartwarming moment in a while. Don't tease me too much, Sensei. You're not teasing me? Isn't that even worse? You have something else to tell me? What is it? Listen, Rio, prepare yourself for what I'm about to say. What, is the world ending tomorrow? Did I not get the memo? Oh, well, you're about to see Alice. It's not to that extent. Alice and the game development department are on their way here. I'd rather have tomorrow be the end of the world. Emmy? Toki? Understood. Mobilizing. Let me go! I'm leaving. Toki, of all people, you can't be doing this to me! I'm sorry, Miss Rio. This is what I want to do now. This is not what I meant by that. You said they'll be here tomorrow. Tomorrow! This is not what we agreed upon. Calm down, Rio. Whether they're here today or tomorrow, does it really make a difference? Yes. Yes, it does. I'm not mentally prepared for today. I have to plan what I'm going to say, and above all, it is entirely rational to change an established schedule without prior notice. It's the way the situation ended up, and more importantly, according to astrology, it would be most auspicious to meet at this time of day. You still believe in that meaningless constellation fortune-telling? As I always say, astrology is one giant science, combining the studies of many different disciplines, including celestial statistics and events, philosophy surrounding the malleability of fate, mathematics, and physics. That's completely irrelevant right now. Are you okay, Rio? I'm not okay at all, Sensei. Of course, I did some things, and I should pay the price for them, but I just wasn't expecting this. Rio looked at me with resentment in her eyes. While I could understand where she was coming from, it felt a little unfair. Ah. Oh. Looks like they're right on time. Our adorable underclassmen, that is. The helicopter arrived. And the first person who came running out was Alice. Yep, Sensei. Alice. Alice jumped into my arms with all her might. Sensei almost fell. You're really here, Sensei. I missed you immensely. Welcome, adorable Alice. Ah, Toki, hello. Hi, Alice. Are you not cold, Emmy? Even I am cold, and I'm all bundled up. Not at all. I actually like how cool it is. That's good to hear. Welcome, Alice, and everyone from the game development department. Himari, how have you been? Your yellow jacket is very pretty. Oh my, thank you. You really are just the cutest, Alice. We're here, Sensei. Oh, everyone else? It's been a long time. Oh, wow. Hi, Sensei. Getting here was So hard. At first I thought we were just going on a fun train ride, but then we had to switch to all different types of transportation until we ended up on a helicopter, and it was so cold. To make matters worse, it ended up taking 3 whole days. Ugh, 3 whole days in a car? Jeez. It felt like going on a long-distance journey in a video game. Wow. Yuzu's handling this better than I was expecting. Achu. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. You weren't joking when you said it'd be cold. But look at you, all bundled up in your cute snow outfits. Thank you, Sensei. Midori picked our clothes. The designs are very similar to the gear in a game we're making. Yeah, it's an action-adventure puzzle turn-based shooter game that takes place in the Glacial Sea. And that game is... good. Of course! Who do you take me for, Sensei? Now, we need to get moving. But there's one last introduction to be... made? Hello, I'm the Operations Support AI Assistant for the Glacial Sea Base. Thank you for coming all the way here, Game Development Department members. I can't handle this. AI? Drone? Oh, that. Like the boss thingy that always tries to destroy humanity in video games? Sis, that's a bit... I'm totally right though, aren't I? That's the whole reason we came here. We're supposed to fight some mysterious AI that made a giant robot to fight us and fulfill its even more mysterious goals? Now that you mention it... No, everyone, that's not it. You see, how do I explain this? I have no concerns. I was created to help you, and I'll fulfill my role. Therefore... Rio! It's Rio! What? Like last time? Rio, are you... Is this, like, some sort of prank? I am not Tatsuki Rio, but it is very nice to see you again, Rio. Have you been well? Even if it's only through video, I would like to be able to see your face, like last time. Is that not possible today? It's okay. I know you always have many responsibilities, so I'm sure something very important is making it difficult to say hi. Still, it's a bit sad. When I heard Sensei and everyone else were going to be here, I was very much hoping to see you too. Wait here for a second. What? Sensei? Let's go, Rio. But... It's fine. I'll be with you. Okay. I took Rio's hand and started walking back outside. I was relieved when she followed. It's Miss Rio. So in these kinds of situations, I should... Hello, Miss Rio. It's been a while. In a lot of different ways. Hello, Miss Rio? Rio! I see. This happens often to adorable Alice. Additionally, she is a good height for head pats. Perhaps giving her some will help calm you down, Rio. Is that so? Hey, how come Alice is the only one you guys call adorable? Understood. I will call you Noisy Momoi from now on. Never mind, just forget it. Miss Rio, I have a lot of questions, but there's just one really important one. If we were in a similar situation back then, and you could save the world by sacrificing one person, would you still do it? Sis? Momoi? I was passed out the whole time, so I've only heard it secondhand, but isn't that what Miss Rio said? What? Why is everyone looking at me like that? This kind of thing always comes up in games, right? When you forget about it. So I'm working off past experience here, okay? My point is, I don't know what Miss Rio's been up to or what she's planning to do with Sensei. But if she has the same values as she did back then what happens if we run into a similar problem? She's going to come up with a similar solution. Sis, that's a bit... Hold up, Midori. I deserve to have my voice heard here. I was knocked out when all this went down. Actually, now that I think about it, wasn't it Alice the one who attacked me? Actually, if I think about it a little harder, it was also Key, right? Wait, then how does this work? I'm very sorry, Momoi. It was all my fault. It's okay. That's all in the past, and the important thing is that we're all here together now. Anyways, like I said, this happens in games all the time. You know, people claim that the minority should be sacrificed for the greater good, but then they tuck tail and run if that sacrifice ends up being them. But you weren't like that at all, Miss Rio. I'll give you that. The city itself will warp, distorting into a new concept called the Arc. Then Kavotos will... This is all my fault. If I hadn't fallen victim to my hubris, if I hadn't created the city, I did this. So I have to stop it. What do you mean by that? I'm going to send the system into overdrive to stop it. My life means nothing in the face of the world's survival. I must. Back at that time? So I think we deserve to know if you're still willing to make that kind of decision. That's just the situation we're in. Naturally, if my life is the solution to stopping this destruction, I won't hesitate. However, if Alice or Toki is at risk, or anyone else for that matter, I'll work to the very last moment to find a different method. Truly, until we're at the end of the very end. I've always had a tendency to come to a conclusion and pursue that single-mindedly. I believed that to be the most rational approach. But I know differently now. If there's even the slightest possibilities of a different outcome, I should reach for it. Because there are some things that can't be reversed. No, that is not good, Rio. Alice? I'm very happy that you're being so considerate of others. But to hear you exclude yourself from that list makes me very sad. That's why I hope you give yourself a chance too, Rio. Because no matter how hard this game is, no matter how hard a game is, you can always do better on your second run. Right, that was a good example, Alice. Rio, It's so strange. I'm having difficulty speaking with the words I wish to speak. Did my language skills get debuffed? It's fine. Saying these things is hard for everyone. It's a good atmosphere. Don't you agree, Sensei? I haven't seen such a heartwarming moment in a while. But it hadn't been a while? What? What does that mean? Anyways, I think everyone has said what they wanted. And it's inefficient to keep a dead conversation going. Agreed, Miss Rio's weak point is difficult topics such as this one. I apologize on her behalf. Toki, I understand that you have no ill intent, but saying such things in the current company makes Rio's position a bit... What's wrong, Himari? The fact is that I'm not very adept with these types of conversations is the truth, isn't it? No? Right, I need to get used to it. I must. In order to protect my sanity, I must. You have it rough, Himari. I'm glad you're here, Sensei. I'd like to apologize to everyone. I've made many mistakes. And if you see me on the verge of making another one, please tell me. I'll do my best to accept. If it's within the limits of what's acceptable. It would have been nice if she didn't say the last part. That's a huge improvement for Rio, but she still has a long way to go. Rio, Sensei, why did you bring us all the way out here? Right, you use such secretive methods to get us here, too. Oh, that's... Right. We need to talk about that. Yes, since we finally gathered, shall we break down the current situation piece by piece? Feel free to raise your hand if you have any questions. Whoa, Himari, you totally sounded like an old grandma. Shush, sis, What if she heard that? Okay, so far, this seems pretty good. Like, better than most events. And that sums up the current situation. Now, any more questions? Himari, I'm only asking this because everything you said is just so totally unbelievable. But isn't this some kind of joke hackers like to make that I'm not getting, right? Seriously, sis, please. I did expect at least one person to have that reaction. However, this truly is the current situation, just as Himari said. Our current objective is to disable the multidimensional barrier. Yes, just like that last time, if you recall. Which is why I asked Alice and you all for help. I might not be able to take care of things this time. Sensei, if you say stuff like that, how are we supposed to respond? She's right. Bowing your head just to make us feel bad? What? Just makes us feel bad, okay. On top of that, well, this is actually... Yes, I understand. Just like that time. I can do it, Sensei. I can do anything for you. But... No, nothing. It'll be okay. In this world, there are magic and miracles, so I'm sure everything will work out. Alice? But I'm not enough on my own. What do you need? Whatever it is, we'll get it to you, one way or another. It is true that I was able to lift the Sword of Light, the blessed Sword of Light, what? Why did you say blessed Sword of Light? Twice. It seems kind of weird. I would have changed that. On that day. However, I cannot lift it with just my strength. It was the same back then. In order for me to equip the blessed Sword of Light again, I need Ki. Ki? Ah. Alice, does that mean back then Ki fulfilled your request? Yes, Ki helped me, which is why I was able to lift the blessed Sword of Light, and... If I am being honest, I do not know why Ki had to leave, and I remained here. But both back then and now, we cannot clear the Demon Lord's castle without Ki. I see. If Ki is an essential part of the process, then it can't be helped. If I had even the smallest clue about Ki, then maybe... President? I know, Emmy. I know. Is it okay? Is it okay to talk about that? Toki, Emmy, this is an ethical problem that scholars must grapple with. We can't deny what has been proven to exist, but... Understood, if that's what President Himari thinks. Rio, I don't know if it's right to tell you this or not, but we do have a clue about Ki. What? On the day we charged the Ark of Atrahasis in the ship, I still can't pronounce that. So Ki was transplanted in Alice's keychain doll? Calm down, Rio. It was only 2 kilobytes of data. And there's nothing to be gotten from it. It was something we did to give Alice's hope a physical form. Are you sure that data was formed naturally? Rio? Yes. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? It's small, but I may have something. You do? Really? Truly? What is it? Tell us. If I'm correct, what we need right now is the data. From the 2 kilobyte file that you transplanted into the keychain. But we've already tried to analyze it at the bit level, and there was no data there. That would be the natural result if you utilized the generic technology of Kavotos. Is there a different approach for this kind of data? Can you save Ki, Rio? Alice, please wait. We still don't have enough context or information. Please answer me. Can you save Ki, Rio? I'm sorry. I got a little bit ahead of myself. If we were to talk about probabilities, it would be about 50-50. No, if I were to be precise, it would be significantly less. And more importantly, if I fail, then whatever data you have may vanish completely. Alice? Alice? Does that mean if things go wrong, I might lose Key for good? It's cruel to say this to you, Alice, but the final decision is yours. But to me, Key is... I bent down to Alice's eye level. Alice, what do you want to do? What? What do you mean? But this is about Key, and if I'm the one to decide... Yes, you're right. No one should be able to choose for Key. However, I think you have the right to make that decision, Alice, more than anyone else in this world. I want to. See Key again. Oh, we're gonna get Key back. Just once more, I want to see Key. I'm really not sure. I'm only an apprentice, and there's much of this world I have yet to learn. I tried to put myself in Key's shoes to understand how Key would feel about this, but I still do not know. He might say to let her go. On that day, I was the one who got to stay, and Key left. I'm sure that was not a coincidence. That's why, from here on out, these are all my personal desires. I want to talk to Key again. I want the chance to be allies with Key. I want to be her friend. If there's even a small chance for Key to come back, I will take the full responsibility. If something goes wrong, and I truly do lose Key, I will not blame Rio. Really, I'm a failure as a hero. To fulfill my own desires, I may send Key somewhere I'll never be able to see her again. That's what I'm asking of Rio. I'm sorry, Rio. I'm very sorry. No, Sensei, I'm sorry to you too. I'm a greedy person. I also want to apologize to everyone else. So... I will entrust Key to you. We understand. After all, it is a request from our adorable Alice. How could we say no? Rio, this is no time to be dawdling about. Let us begin. As long as I, Millennium's delicate yet beautiful super genius hacker, who also has a degree in omniscience, am asking you, I will not tolerate failure. I should reiterate, the odds of success are less than half. We will succeed. Understood? I get it. Now's not the time to consider probabilities. Sensei? Himari? Rio? Can I go in with you? Alice? Why all of a sudden? I wouldn't recommend that, Alice. This is going to be quite a dangerous process. On top of that, if we do fail, then you would witness with your own 2 eyes. But Himari gave me a sharp look. I was trying to decipher what it meant when the realization dawned on me. Now, Alice, in the game development department? Yes? What do you need, Sensei? Want to go outside for a snowball fight? Snowball fight? Now of all times? I like it, Sensei. What a great idea. We'll go outside right now. Sis? What are you doing all of a sudden? Momoi? But It's nice to see Momoi, being the older sister for once. Seriously, Momoi. Thank you, Sensei. Leave him to me. Be careful not to get sick. However, if you do happen to get a fever, I will stay at your bedside day and night. Now that I think about it, I look forward to that situation occurring. Toki, do you want Sensei to be healthy or not? I'm not sure either. Okay. Oh, you're already at it. One more. Take this, Midori. Ow, that's cold. Ah, it's cold. Sis, seriously, don't think I'm just going to lie down and take that. Momoi? Midori? And even Sensei? Why is everyone so suddenly... But What are you thinking, Alice? I do not know. This is enjoyable, but Key... You're right. That's exactly why we have to do this. Huh? What does that mean, Sensei? Don't you want to show Key cool things like this? What? Something like this? To Key? I do. It is very cool. I've never seen so much snow in one place. And look, there's a penguin. I've never seen one in real life. Momoi said one would freeze instantly upon setting foot on the polar region, but it turns out that was not the case. It's very cold, but this place feels like it belongs in this world. You're right, and you're going to tell her about how amazing it is here. After all, Key is definitely coming back. Key will definitely... Sensei, you are correct. I do not think of it that way. I understand what you are saying. So that I may tell her about how amazing this world is, I must learn more about it first, in order to do that. Midori's snowball hit Alice. I understand. You pretend to attack Momoi as a diversionary tactic, but attacked me instead. But I will not lose. Take this. Huh? Midori, that was so funny. Huh? Alice landed a direct hit on Momoi. All right, Alice. That's a spirit. Bring it on. I am already. I will not go easy on you, Momoi. Midori. I should sneak behind and aim for the back. Then, me too. Huh? Sensei, you too? In this cold-blooded, merciless snow fight, trust no one. I see how it is, Sensei. I, Saiba Momoi, won't stand by and accept defeat. Your words ring true, Sensei. But that means you're also prepared, right? I know this. This is Bellum Omnium Contra Omnes. The war against all. That's right. In the middle of a snowball fight, I can't trust even Sensei. How could this happen? But I won't go down that easy. Try and get me, Sensei. I've heard that consecutive hits are meant to carry seriousness in each and every one of them. Oh, I get it. Yeah, is that a One Punch Man reference? Then I will get serious too. I haven't watched One Punch Man in forever. I haven't watched season... I watched a little bit of season 2, I think. But none of season 3. We spent a long time throwing snowballs at each other, laughing and yelling as we ran through the snowy fields. At that time, we needed something like that. I watched them for a little bit as they gleefully reveled in the novelty of snow and ice. With their intention diverted, I quickly slipped back into the base. Cat, I see what you're doing. Stop it. Welcome, Sensei. You should wipe yourself off first. Please allow me to help you. You're here right on time, Sensei. We, just finished preparing all the usable data storage devices in the base. I don't understand the exact details, but Rio said we needed as many data fields as we can get. Since that required manpower, Emmy and I were assisting. Does that mean... Yes. We're going to bear witness to Key's resurrection. It's time. Yes! Yes, it truly is. We must compose ourselves. From this point onward, not a single mistake can be made. Right. It's finally time to wake up, elder sister. Ein, you're forbidden from stuttering too. Okay, I'll do my best. Yes, nervousness shall not cause any fumbling, nor shall overconfidence cause carelessness. Checking remaining coolant, just barely enough. Reroute all available energy to the foundation of Zohar. The multidimensional barrier will shut down for a moment. I noticed that Ein's eyes are exclamation points. A little dangerous, but we have to do what we have to do. Let's begin, everyone. Oh, I just noticed. Hour has 3 eyes. Ein has 2 eyes. And Soph has 1 eye. Checking connection strength. Confirmed. Values are stable. Commencing mutual connection. Confirmed stabilization of mutual connection. Checking connectomes active areas. Connectome activation stabilized. Should I display the results? That's fine, Ein. I trust you. Approaching the realm of consciousness. Peshat. Cortex surface region, normal. Confirmed delta waveforms. Next, approach the second realm of consciousness, Remez. Medulla central layer region, normal. Confirmed theta waveforms. Approaching the third realm of consciousness, Darash. Core internal region. Signal error? What should we do? This is catastrophic, isn't it? No, Ein, everything is as intended. It's normal. She's correct. The realms are no longer ours to do with as we please. The fourth realm of consciousness, Sod. Observation successful. Energy supply stabilized, temporarily disabling the multidimensional barrier. I guess all we can do now is wait for results. Then what should we do? Pray, I guess. An excellent proposition. We do worship our master, after all. Yes, silently pray, deep in our hearts. They need to become playable. That's our elder sister, Malkuth, safely awakens in this land. That'd be really weird as characters, though, because either they're one character with one unit with 3 characters, or you can only use all 3 of them together in raids, like the final restriction release, because that's the only place that you have 4 slots as specials. Cat, stop it! Now let's discuss key.sav. I utilized every possible means at my disposal to not analyze it, but they yielded no results. However, you say that with Kavotos' level of technology, that was to be expected. Right, I did. And you said you needed as many data fields as possible, so we've gathered every single data storage device in the base. If you're planning on transporting key.sav to a data field, it won't do much. I've already tried that. Because the field itself was flawed. For the Nameless Gods technology, you need the proper environment. Elaborate, please. If key.sav really is a key or trace of the Nameless Gods, then it won't be compatible with the data storage types we're used to. If we're to make an analogy to biology, it needs a proper medium for the situation. So, but the whole thing is, in Volume 2, we saved it to a Nintendo Switch. Which means... it means... So you're equating this to a living, conscious being? The old me would have denied the living classification. However, yeah, they're not real people, right? I'm no longer sure of how or to what extent we are to define life. So in a way, yes. In regards to homeostasis, feedback, and self-consciousness, there are definitely aspects of it that could be interpreted that way. I have no clue what's being said right now. Do not worry, Sensei. I have zero understanding of the situation. But it seemed like I knew what I was doing. Thank you for saying that. However, everything I know is simply from watching Rio. Even now, I am only following their orders. And right now, because I've completed my orders and I'm bored, I demand that you play with me. Even for me, that was truly a strong and perfect line. Befitting of a maid. Please hurry and compliment me. And here I was wondering what you were up to, Toki. You're trying to sneak off and hog Sensei all to yourself. Sensei, you are now obligated to play with me at some point. Just the two of us. It's a promise. You may not have made the promise, but I did, okay? Yeah. This may sound contradictory coming from an omniscient being, such as myself. Please pause. Why don't you consider making a real degree and conferring it onto yourself? What is this nonsense, Emmy? You make me sound like some kind of fragile, pitiful researcher swept up in populism, losing my values for the sake of academic renown. I'm not sure about the fragile and pitiful part, but okay. Anyways, we're about to set foot onto the horizon of a new discipline. One that has never been broached in this world. Which is exactly why I was trying to limit and control this field of knowledge to begin with. More often than not, humanity has a tendency to attempt to utilize knowledge that we do not truly understand. So the past repeats itself. Yes, the past repeats itself. Are preparations complete? The first round, yes, but the next step is crucial. Now we need to transplant Ki into this data field. There's nothing necessarily difficult to be done on our end. Our job is to watch. However, by any chance, if something unexpected happens, then the only option available to us is physical force. I understand now. You expose this data disk to an external environment so that you could disconnect it at any moment. As in, to destroy it, if something strange happens? To summarize, yes. Oh, I see. So if something goes wrong and they lose Ki permanently, she meant she has to execute her. And that is very Rio. Why are you staring at me like that, Rio? I was anticipating your protest to my methods. That they are too savage. That this is typical of me. I can acknowledge reality. Even if I'm being modest, this is a clean and elegant method. And above all, no one is more intimately familiar with the Nameless God's power than you are. I have no intention of judging or criticizing your work in your specialized field. Thank you. I do hope that we don't have to resort to that. Preparation's complete on this side. You may start whenever you are ready. Copying key.sav. Done. Key.sav was successfully transferred onto the data field. Confirmed initiation of self-replication from key.sav. This speed. This data encroachment is too fast. How much further is it going to go? Just hold. We're still within expected range. Occupancy at 96, 97, 98. Proliferation ended. It may not be proliferating any longer, but the data is diverging from the inside instead. Himari, we're getting a signal. Please confirm. I like this side by side, how Malkuth is being resurrected and Ki is being resurrected. To be born into this world, no, to be born is to be thrown into the world. Birth is rarely a result of will. We are a small boat lost at sea, a wanderer stumbling under a moonless night. Thence, conflicts are born, hatred festers, and sins are committed upon others. The signal. There's a signal. Yes, there's no mistaking it. This signal is... Huh? Birth begins as a curse, and one must dispel it. To be born, the infinite, is degraded to finality. With birth comes destruction. And thus, the bird that hatches from the egg will soar towards a god. Finally, we can finally meet! All of our work wasn't in vain. Don't cry, Ein. Don't cry. It's a good day. The greatest day. Aren't you holding back tears yourself, Sop? You're not supposed to acknowledge it when someone's trying to be strong. Touch upon the ends of the land and bear witness. Bestow life where sin is wrought, and again shall it rise. Sing to the righteous, and silence the unscrupulous. Dawn upon the dark night, and heal those wounded. Hello, elder sister, and welcome. We sacrificed all we had and waited for you. We really, really, really waited. All this time. For this moment. Was this world worth enduring? As I relay the words of the beginning, let there be light. Your name is the kingdom. Now rise up and prove thy existence. And so I ask, who are you? I am the will brought forth from the flagship, the pilgrim of the kingdom at world's end. And the name to prove myself. I am Malkuth. This form is. Rio? Hold on, she's okay. Her legs gave way because she was so overwhelmed. I guess Miss Rio is human after all. Everyone, hold on. Let someone talk. He talk? You get to choose who you want to be. Please let me apologize to you. I do not know you. I thought about how I would feel if I were in your shoes. Since they told me I'm allowed to decide what the purpose of my existence is, my precious. That is why I like the name my precious. That is why I like the name Ki. It's a name that came to be just because of a mispronunciation, like my name, Alice. There's no reason, meaning, or purpose behind Ki. precious Alice. There she is. Route the signal to the monitor. Displaying output. This is... It's just as I thought. Even I don't quite know what to say in this moment. There are times where we are just meant to observe. Yes, I suppose so. Emmy, please connect all external output sensors. I'm detecting a massive amount of external output signal from the data field entity I'm presuming to be key. Got it. Give me a minute. Ow. What? What did you do to me? Right you back? And that's how we woke you up. Yes, Rio especially played a very large role. Please give her credit, Key. And of course, I'm the one who worked the hardest to follow Rio's orders. Toki, I fear speaking like that may make everyone here feel a little awkward. And according to a statistical analysis, I'm the one who actually completed most of the work in this endeavor. Shall we check the logs again? You don't seem to have changed much since I fell asleep. It's been a while, hasn't it? Don't call me Kiki. Something tells me that's a localization change. It's probably Kichan. More importantly, where's this place? Well, I'm not completely knowledgeable of every environmental existing within Kvotos. Something about this location feels fundamentally unfamiliar. Good opening. We're at the Glacial Sea. The Glacial Sea? That Glacial Sea? Why have you brought me here? We'll have to tell you everything, but let's take things one step at a time. Shall we introduce ourselves first? You are already well acquainted with me, and Rio. Key? Yes? Hello, Key. I'm Asuma Toki. I once abducted you and Alice. Peace, peace. Is that what you consider an introduction? I'm Izu Mimoto Imi. Nice to meet you. Hello. Nice to meet you, I suppose. I'm Key. Although that's simply a moniker born of a mispronunciation. But the princess said she liked it, so... I'd like to express my gratitude for saving parts of my data. Although I lived in a state of being swung around constantly due to your decision to transfer me to a keychain things. My memories... Was I tied to a mop and endlessly swung around? That's because we had no other choice? Does that count as an excuse to you? This may sound peculiar, but I've already somewhat know each of you. The princess shared information about you during our time together. However, your understanding of me is likely... This is an opportunity for us to learn more about each other, right, Key? We're looking forward to it. Understood, for now. And now that I say it, where's the princess? I want to introduce you to some people, Kichan. Again, do not call me Kichan. No, from my understanding, you are the type to blatantly ignore such requests, Lost-sensei. And stop making that awful expression that says, wow, you know me so well. Well then, who do you want to introduce me to? That's... Huh? A Momo talk from Sensei? Everyone, let's go back in, right now. What? Already? Yes, already, Momoi. I would like to play more. I'm tired, though. Come on, Yuzu's tired anyway, and since I said they'll make us hot cocoa. Hot cocoa from Sensei? That's a rare recovery item. I cannot miss this opportunity. That's what I'm saying. Let's go. What? No fair, sis. Wait for me. Yuzu, get up. Cocoa does sound nice. Yeah. Sensei, we're back. Yes, we wanted to play more, but recovery is also important. Welcome, welcome. Here's 4 cups of hot cocoa. Thank you, Sensei. Wow, it's warm. You're not having any, Sensei? You had coffee? Okay. That's nice. It feels like my body is melting from the inside out. Then, Alice, would you like to go in first? Into the base? Why would I be the first one to go in? Because there's someone waiting for you. Someone who wants to see you before anyone else. Someone who wants to see Alice first? Could it be? But why me specifically? Wait. Could it be? Let's go, Alice. Okay. Understood. However, I would like you to be by my side, Sensei. Is that okay? Thank you, Sensei. And just one more thing. Please hold my hand tightly. I'm shaking very much. It's very difficult to even stay standing. Thank you, Sensei. Thank you. Really. Truly. Key. Key, right? Princess. It really is you, Key. Princess, Key! Please never ever say that you must disappear, ever again. Never say that is how things should be, or how it is the correct course of action, ever. I beg of you, Key, because right now, I do not have the language to begin to describe how happy I am. I am very, very happy to see you again, Key. It's hard for me to believe that this is truly you before my eyes. Thank you, Key. Really, thank you. I'm so grateful. Thank you for coming back to me. So never, ever. Yes, I understand, Princess. Everything will be okay now. Thank you. Himari and Ryo, Emi, Toki, and Sensei too, thank you so much. Despite my failures as a hero, you brought Key back to me. I do not know how I will ever repay this debt. There's no need to thank us, Alice. That bright and shining smile of yours is reward enough. Yes, Key's existence here proves my theory is correct. That's more than sufficient for me as well. Ryo, please. Did I misspeak again? No, it is true that you're the one who brought Key back to life, but... It's me, Momoi. Barging into this emotional, wholesome scene. Ah, you. Sis? I'm sorry, I really tried to stop her. You had the audacity to knock me clean out. You didn't even pretend that you don't remember, because I do. I pretend no such thing. Ethically, I believe it's an act that I should apologize for. However, personally, I find the thought of that distasteful Saiba Momoi. Key-chan? Key? Huh? I like your spirit. At least, my old foe. What is your reason? Because you are such a bad influence on the princess. You force a princess to remain awake to play your video games, yet constantly fall asleep first. That's because we were in the game development department. You also would feed her cola late at night, and then did not ensure she brushed her teeth afterwards. But that was a zero cola, probably. And how can you defend that poor excuse for a diet? For the sake of her health, the princess's diet should consist of more fiber and plant-based nutrients. You aren't wrong, but I don't like vegetables either. Precisely. This doesn't apply just to the princess, but to all of you as well. Each of you would benefit from a healthier lifestyle. I beg of you, take care of yourselves. You have no clue how I... Oh, wow, okay. So she's the mama of the development department now? You don't need to breathe in your current state, no? If you're feeling overheated, I could increase the cooler output. I was utilizing an idiomatic expression. How could you possibly be less adept than me? A data flow at reading a room, Rio. Key? Rio, I'm very sorry. It's all my fault, not Key's, so please forgive her. Princess, this... I don't think there's anything to apologize for, Alice. While I don't understand why, it was only a large anger spike in Key's cognitive circuit system. In a way, I'm glad Miss Rio is the way she is. What? What do you want? Huh? Moving on, why did you summon me, or rather, the princess and her friends to this place? Cutting to the chase, how logical. I like it. Key, we want you and Alice to destroy the multidimensional barrier again. Rio, hello. You need to give context to these kinds of situations. Wait, I cannot stand idly by after hearing that. The multidimensional barrier? When you say those words, are we speaking of the same thing? Alice, everyone else, please listen closely to this review. Understood, Sensei. I will go take a nap then, so call me when you are done. I don't think that's the time for this, Toki. It's okay. It's between me and Sensei. There's no problem. Between you and Sensei? Toki? What does that even mean? It took a lot of effort, but we eventually settled down from the rowdy atmosphere, and I meticulously explained everything that had happened to Key. So, in conclusion, yes, to repeat what I said earlier, we want you and Alice to destroy the multidimensional barrier. The barrier's very existence puts Kibotos in. I decline. This taste. It's a flavor claiming that there's something important that has yet to be discussed. What sort of flavor are you? Never mind. More importantly, it's impossible for you to even taste me to begin with. It was an expression I learned from culture resource documents in the CNC club room. Is that a reference to JoJo? The taste of a, what is it, taste of a liar or something like that? I knew I was posing an utterly unnecessary question. But it's as she said, you currently lack a crucial element of the story. To simplify things, destroying the multidimensional barrier means putting the princess's life at risk. You may point to our last successful attempt, but all I can say is that we were incredibly fortunate. We were fortunate that it was just me. What? What did you say? Alice and Key-chan? So even you are calling me Key-chan now. Could you explain exactly what happened? Yes, I suppose an explanation is needed, and with everyone gathered here, there's no better time. Come here, cat. He explained what happened to her and Alice aboard the ship that day, and everyone was... I'm sorry, Alice. We had no idea. Alice? Key-chan? We must reflect on this. I apologize, Key. If I'd known that this was the case, apologies are unnecessary. You are unaware. With that being said, Princess. Yes? Why did you so blindly accept this mission? You know very well what destroying the multidimensional barrier means for us, for you and me. You are right. I'm very sorry, Key. I knew. I really did. However, I did not want to worry others by telling them. The unthinkable. If the unthinkable were to happen to you during... You do not have to worry about that, Key. Because with friendship and courage, you can overcome anything. Rio, Himari, Emi, Toki, everyone from the game development department, and above all, Sensei, are here with me. No, Princess, that's... No, it's okay. I understand why you think this way. None of this is your fault. In fact, you, Sensei, you were the one to blame. Wait, I'm innocent. Why me? You're the one who planted the seed of absurd hopes in the princess. You're not going to say hope is an awful illness or something, are you? Anything that harms the princess is bad. Key? Calm down, Key. Please, for my sake. She's right. Asking Alice and Key to destroy the multidimensional barriers out of the question. Which brings us back to the original issue. Yes, we need to determine our next steps. Regarding that, what is the concern? Cat, what are you doing? What? Regarding that, what is the concern with the multidimensional barrier and the prophets? What? Well, obviously. Huh? Yes, precisely. I believe you have a sufficient understanding of the situation. However, what mission are the prophets currently carrying out? Are they not hiding within the multidimensional barrier, secretly scurrying about? Kind of like a scared snail or a turtle hiding in a shell? A good analogy, Momoi. Whatever they may be doing inside that shell is certainly concerning. However, for the current moment, I believe simply observing and tracking their activity would be sufficient. That's an efficient approach. How did we overlook something so simple? It's understandable. The multidimensional barrier created a nearly unsurmountable crisis in Gabotos when first encountered. It's only reasonable that its reappearance would elicit a pressing sense of disaster. Humans judge the future based on past experiences, after all. I see. Well said, Key. But then, what should we do now? Would anyone like to play Tales Saga Chronicle? I would rather die, Princess. Maybe the experience will be different if you replay it, Key. You may feel nostalgic as it brings back good memories of the past. This is absolutely not possible with that game. You know that well enough yourself, Princess. That's true, but moving on, we need to seriously consider our next steps. To begin, let's make a body for Key. What? What? Excuse me? What is this sudden turn in conversation? Currently, Key is essentially in a vegetative state from her neck down. Any frustration or dissatisfaction she feels will be multiplied tenfold due to this. Aha! I understand. That future exacerbates Key's violent tendencies and stymies productive conversation. A logical analysis of the situation, Rio. Oh, that makes sense. Thank you for understanding, Sensei. Himari. No, please hold. Do not exclude me from this conversation. Rio's involvement in this issue gives me a particularly uneasy feeling for some reason. But how will we make her body? I can handle it. I brought many Amos with me as I could, so I should have enough spare parts and materials. Are you listening to me? Did you not hear me informing you of the unbearable, impending doom I feel about the fact that Rio's the one carrying this task? President, which Amos did you plan on starting with? Well, although I'd normally be the one taking orders in these situations. Don't worry, Rio's tastes are always very unique. I told you to stop. The expression unique does not inspire confidence in this endeavor. You are all relatively intelligent and perceptive individuals, no? You understand my consensus. Or my concerns, right? Yeah, concerns. Huh? Are you really going to make Key a body, Rio? Does that mean I would be able to touch and feel Key again? Princess? Yes, that may seem out of line coming from me. But please trust me, Alice. Thank you, Rio. You too, Amari. Of course, Alice. We'll do our best. You need to listen to when someone is talking to you. I'm asking for someone to hear me out. Calm down, Key. We're all trying to help you. Yet you completely ignoring the opinion from the one being helped? I'm begging you to stop a certain someone who is pretending to pursue rationality in the name of forcing her own twisted aesthetic upon me. Calm down, Key. They're already getting started. I need to take a break. The cat needs something. She's being very vocal. What do you want? Be right back. Okay. Took my break. The cat just wanted out for a bit, so. That's all. So we finally have Key back. Big hat. Ein, wake up! Don't pass out when Elder Sister is finally here. Actually, I'll give you my deepest gratitude for being the first to do so, Ein. For I was on the verge of fainting as well. Hello, Ein. Hello, Soph. Oh my gosh. Hello, Hour. Yes, hello, Elder Sister. Malkuth! You remembered our names! I was worried you weren't going to remember us, but that didn't matter. Now that Elder Sister is awoken, we will finally fulfill our objective to perfection. What do you require of me? Nothing. Nothing at all. Elder Sister, you can just stay right here. Yeah, because you have us. The perfect engineers, scientists, and above all, your younger sister. So just please relax and entrust everything to us. I'm Ein. So I'm in charge of your physical support and equipment management. Also, do you like machines? I like them a lot. I'm Soph. I'll be taking care of all your periphery weaponry systems. And if anyone here starts spouting ridiculous nonsense, I can take care of that too. And I am Hour. I am here to keep all things perfectly balanced for you. I shall make it so no one can lay even a single finger upon you. Please be at ease. Then, that's our introductions. If you don't mind, then, you too. I would like to pose a question. Ein, Soph, Hour, are you not already well acquainted with me? Well, that's true, but... so it's, how would one put this? If possible, we desire to hear it from you, from your voice. I do not quite understand. However, I feel I must accept your supplication. Again, hello, Ein, Soph, Hour. I am Malkuth, the 10th prophet of Decagammatron. The pilgrim of the kingdom at World's End, the last Sephira, and the final will. The horizon of the journey that converges to a single path. The brilliant intelligence that flows the path of the 10th? What? The brilliant intelligence that follows the path of the 10th. It will cast a shining light over all lands. Everything shall worship the pilgrim of the kingdom at World's End. Elder Sister. No fair. I want a hug from Elder Sister too. I want head pats. Me too, Elder Sister. Pat, pat, pat. Huh? There. Elder Sister. No fair, Ein. This is not fair. We want Elder Sisters to hug us too. That's right. Hugging is nice, but being hugged is a different desire. Us too. One must be fair and just to live a life without consequences. Therefore... so, Elder Sister? Soph? Hour? Yes? We are prepared for our hugs, Elder Sister. Whenever you are ready. Ein is troubled. Shame upon you. Huh? Elder Sister reprimanded us. It was not my intention for you to feel so discouraged. Anyways, since Elder Sister is awake, it's time to move on to the next step. Yes, the next step. What is that exactly? Such a thing has not reached our ears. What is this next step? That is A declaration of war. A declaration of war? It would appear she has once again acquired more meaningless speaking habits used by strange humans from somewhere. You're right that it's a habit from humans, but that doesn't mean that it's meaningless, does it? They called it a violation of a treaty. I'm saying that treaties are a meaningless play from humans to begin with. Soft. I don't think it's a bad idea. Ein. How could it be? Even Ein has fallen before Soft's wicked schemes. Hey. It might not mean much to us, but it might mean something for the humans, right? Communicating with humans is still a bit too scary for me, but as she said, seeing as Ein concurs, why should we not do as Soft suggests? I acquiesce. If both Elder Sister and Ein want to, then I shall fall in line. Great. Then let us prepare this declaration of war, as Soft calls it. Yes, since Soft seems so well versed in this topic, let's leave it to her. Absolutely. Trust me. So why are they attacking us? Whew. That was hard, but we did it. Good work, everyone. As Emmy said, this truly was a labor of love. I do feel a certain sense of accomplishment now, though. However, is this truly acceptable? What's the problem, President? It's efficient. At least, it is from certain perspectives. So it's fine, right? Miss Rio, please say something. You are the one who led this whole project. It's avant-garde. Key, would you like to tell us how you feel? I demand that I be returned to my data form. That's not an option, Key. Everyone worked so hard for you. Personally, I especially like this wheel structure. Bipedal walking can be inefficient after all. And if you're ever in need to flee, these boosters will grant you the needed output. It's the very embodiment of rationality, befitting of Miss Rio. That's right, Key. There's an old saying, if you run, you gain 1. If you move forward, you gain 2. You shouldn't run away here. Do you even know what that means? Honestly, no. Himari, Rio, you have a responsibility to speak here. Just what is this? I'll refrain from comment. Unfortunately, I suddenly remembered a very urgent matter I must attend to immediately. Why are you running away? It's avant-garde. Is that the only thing you're capable of saying now? Yay, I'm so happy for you. Would you like a handshake? You're the worst, Sensei. Why? I mean, it's not like I don't get why, but why? Anyway, is it time to get ready? Ready? For what exactly? I don't have a good feeling about this. To meet the princess who's waiting for Key, of course. Can I please just go back to being Data? No, you can't, Key. Above all, that would definitely make our adorable Alice very sad. Why do you choose now of all times to say the right thing? This is not how I expected Key to come back. Whew! I can't speak for the whole entire glacial sea, but now I see what our immediate surroundings are like. Isn't it starting to get cold? Let's head back, sis. I agree. I'm also feeling cold. But still, let's wait around just a little longer. Why, Momoi? So we can meet Key's new body, duh. But we could do that indoors too? No way, Yuzu. Something like this should be a huge surprise. I kinda get that, actually. Momotaka from Sensei. Well then, it's time. Let's head in, Alice. Yes, understood. How's everyone doing? Warm enough? Sensei, we've been waiting. Give me a high five. Then, it's done, right? Yeah, it's done. When can we meet her? Right now. What's with that look, Key? I mean, it's pretty obvious you made it, but still. Ugh. Sis, you shouldn't laugh like, I'm sorry, Key-chan, it's too much for me too. So, it's very distinctive, Sensei, what's wrong, Key? Please kill me. Don't be so discouraged. Yeah, Key. Princess, this is, so it's... My apologies. I don't quite know why I'm apologizing, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything, and for my current appearance. Huh? What's wrong, Key? I think you look really amazing. Above all, you are Key, no matter how you look. So I will say one more time. Hello, Key. Hello, Princess. I'm pleased to see you again. And can you please call me Alice from now on? I know it'll be difficult to change right away, but... What? But Princess, please? We can adjust to it slowly, okay? Princess. Understood, Alice. Yes, Key. Thank you, really. I didn't expect you to be out here, Rio. I just wanted to make sure my design was working as intended. Is that so? I believe I recall you claiming that the simulations are a sufficient substitute for field testing. I'll say this once. Huh? This is all thanks to you. Himari, mark my words, I don't intend to, and will never acknowledge you as a superior to me. However, I will never be petty about or belittle your achievements. That's not an attitude befitting of a scholar. Naturally, I do have some disagreements on Key's design. However, you're the one who made this happen. Yes. That being said, attention everyone. It's getting rather cold, so let's migrate back into the base. I've prepared a warm bath for all of you. It'd be a rather large setback if any of you were to catch a cold, so let's head back inside. As expected of Himari, you know your stuff. Thank you, Himari. We're being a burden in a lot of ways. Thank you. It's getting dark outside, so please avoid leaving from now on. Night in the glacial sea is harsh. Without proper equipment, you'll find yourself in quite the predicament. Understood, Himari? Yes, even I start to feel a slight chill at night, so you must all be very careful. So you are capable of feeling cold, Emmy. That's rather shocking data to me. Anyways, regarding our schedule from here on... Rio, that was... Yes, I saw it too. What's wrong, Miss Rio? Did something happen? What did you find, Miss Rio? Please inform us. It's an emergency. Everyone, please return to your posts. Huh? What do we do? Find somewhere safe to sit. And please stay put. What's happening, Himari? To cut to the chase, it's a signal from a new prophet. The coordinates seem to be from the same location where we last detected strong signals, where the multidimensional barrier currently is. This time, it's less of a burst and more of a constant, so we'll be able to identify it. The identity of a new prophet? That's right, Sensei. This signal is the 7th prophet of Decagrammatron. Netzach. Netzach? Correct, Sensei. In the Tree of Sephiroth, Netzach is the 7th. Sorry for interrupting you, President Himari. You are forcibly connected to an unidentified communication line. Well, well, well. There I was, so curious about what our friends were doing, and here you still are. That one was much shorter than the previous one. Well, well, well. There I was, so curious about what our friends were doing, and here you still are. Princess, no, Alice, come this way. Is something the matter, Key? My instinct is telling me that revealing ourselves to those children would be dangerous. Hello, and you better be careful. we are now going to do something very scary to you all. While I still have significant doubts as to the necessity of this message, Soph insisted. Yeah, so right now we're declaring a war against all of you. A declaration of war? Let's hear them out. Before that, it would appear you finally completed Netzach. You're wrong. Netzach, dearest Netzach, was already completed a long time ago. Yeah, we were just hiding Netzach a bit, so it could become become the Steel Continent. And naturally, it's beyond your comprehension to perceive what an incomparably prodigious feat this was. It's simply the way of life for people of your feeble caliber. What a shame. What a shame. I almost feel pity for you. Steel Continent. Oh, not even Tatsuki Ryo figured it out. Well, again, that only makes sense. Great job, Ein. As expected, look at you achieving the unimaginable like it's just another day. That's what it's like to be us. Thank you, Soph. I'll continue to work hard. The Steel Continent. Yes. It's the evolved form of Netzach and the continent made of metal, able to endlessly expand by using its forbidden power to convert any and all matter it touches. A metal continent that can expand? Allow me to put it in such a way that even you, a simpleton, can understand. To describe the Steel Continent in your limited vocabulary is that of the nameless god's power. And one of the biggest characteristics of that power is that it can fundamentally change the composition of matter. And here's a pop quiz. What happens if a structure made with that power comes in contact with with other surrounding matter? Impossible. It can modify the very composition of things it comes into contact with? Good job, that's correct. Anything it touches, the Steel Continent, becomes one with the Steel Continent. It's an invincible continent with a voracious appetite that can expand as it pleases. Yes, yes. And if you set foot onto the Steel Continent unprepared, you will instantly fuse with the Steel Continent forever. Ein, Soph, Hour, do you require my assistance in any way? Elder sister? No, it's okay. You don't have to worry about these things. We'll take care of all of it. Aren't you curious to learn how far the Steel Continent can spread? Here's what you would call a plot twist. We too are curious. Because we don't really know Netzach's limits, the Steel Continent's limits. Exactly. I'm sure we're looking forward to seeing how big it can get. Our Netzach, the Steel Continent, will eat everything in its path and grow and grow and grow. And it won't be long until Kavotos shares the same fate. Isn't it great? Isn't it incredible? Aren't you so shocked that you're at a loss for words? There's one thing I want to ask. What is it? Since we're declaring war and all, as a special service, we'll answer your question. What's your goal in turning Kavotos into the Steel Continent? You adult! How dare you speak of the Master's name? Do not dirty the god of the 10 divine letters. You are not worthy. Incredible. Truly incredible. You prove yourself to be so time and time again, Shell-sensei. Just you wait. You'll see. When the time comes, no one will speak so carelessly of the Master's will. Yes, we'll change your I don't believe it to I don't want to believe it. We'll show you no mercy, regardless of how you may beg. For in 3 days' time, Kavotos will be no more. The Steel Continent will consume all. In 3 days. Had anyone else said the things they just did, I would have dismissed it as delusion. But coming from the engineers of the Decagrammaton, we can hardly take it lightly. What do? If we invade the Steel Continent unprepared, yes, they said we would become part of the Steel Continent, never to return. The likelihood of that is almost nil. The Steel Continent can likely only transform inorganic matter. Key? That's right. Why did you and Alice go into hiding when they first appeared? It felt like something bothersome would happen if we encountered those three now. Anyways, I listened to the entire exchange. For my response, it's a ridiculous joke. Is that true, Key? Yes, Princess, Alice. It's simply a degraded utilization of the nameless god's power. Oh wow, you're so reliable. This is what it feels like when the design gets adjusted for enemies turned allies. No, in those cases, it's more like it's more typical for them to become weaker. Ah, so you know about those kinds of game tropes too, Ki-chan? That makes me happy. As Sensei already mentioned, one of the trademark powers of the Nameless Gods is material reconstruction. Yes, Protocol Atrahasis was a similar vein. Yes, correct. Anyways, the Nameless God's power is capable of fundamentally changing the relationship between waves and matter itself. I interpreted that as collection and transformation of data. There's no fundamental difference. In the end, matter is energy, and energy holds value. The Steel Continent and Netzach, the proclaimed self-prophet, there's nothing too special to note about them. Even compared to Protocol Atrahasis, it's rudimentary. However, what is it? I suppose that material reconstruction at such a large scale cannot be summarily dismissed either. And the fact that we have no means of retaliation against the Steel Continent. What is our plan of action? Even assuming Key's theory that the Steel Continent can only affect inorganic matter is correct, we still run into a plethora of issues. Correct. To begin, I would surmise that Mayamas, and therefore Key, would be unable to approach it. It would render my Abi Essa useless as well. By chance, does that also mean we wouldn't be able to use any equipment or wear any clothes? Yeah, that's what I was wondering as well. I was like, aren't clothes inorganic matter? Does that mean we're all gonna have to go in there naked? Huh? When you put it that way, is that an issue? I fail to see the problem. Emmy, no, you're the only person here who feels that way. This is too much for me. This is an excellent opportunity to flaunt my perfect maid's body. What do you think, Sensei? Me? However, I do not wish to flaunt it to anyone besides Sensei, so I would like to change my stance. This is absolutely a problem. Toki? Taking a step back, there's a more fundamental problem underlying all of this, no? Exposing the body of this delicate beauty to extreme environments is, of course, a monumental concern. However, I believe that the multidimensional barrier protecting the Steel Continent is a much more pressing issue. As of now, it is impossible for us to even enter the area. An important point of discussion. Thank you, Yamari. What can we do? In a video game, you'd be able to find a barrier or route to bypass the obstacle. Barrier? Bypass route? Wouldn't there be a back door or something like that then? Back door, you say? I suppose, but that's more of something a hacker would look for in code. Yes, but if there was a physical back door, how do you reach that conclusion? The thing is, they said, that they were gathering a massive amount of resources, right? So maybe... Right. The resources gathered in the Tundra region were being shipped to Nezak's area. That's right. They even built railroads and facilities to transport transport and process the resources, didn't they? Yes, and they left behind guards to protect said railroads. If Netzach is capable of converting all inorganic matter into its Steel Continent, then there would be no need to refine and process resources like that. Exactly. They wouldn't have even needed to gather resources to begin with. If it worked as well as they said, it would only need to consume surroundings and grow. Meaning they gathered, refined, and processed resources to, this may not be the correct expression, to evolve Netzach. We can reasonably speculate that everything they did was to evolve Netzach into the Steel Continent. And finally, assuming that the processed resources were used for Netzach's evolution, then there must be a backdoor route somewhere that isn't affected by material reconstruction. Whoa, you're amazing, Yuzu! That was quite literally Yuzu Queen mode. Essentially, since it was necessary to import resources to evolve Netzach, it follows that we investigate their means of import. So to put it in games terms, you're saying we need to find a shortcut, right? That's right, Momoi. Perhaps I should call you Wise Momoi now. Huh? I don't really get it, but you're complimenting me, yeah? That's right. This is me when I get serious. I'll correct myself. I'll list you as seemed wise but ended up being a show-off Momoi. Didn't it get super long and super negative? Am I part of some weird title system? It seems we've mostly sorted out the next course of action. We'll return to the Tundra region and focus on uncovering the backdoor route they use to import resources. Miss Rio, I have a question. What about contacting Millennium or other places to request support? I've considered it, but there's no time. Based on their declaration of war, we only have about 3 days before the Steel Continent consumes all of Phavotos. Calculating the time it would take to make calls, select individuals, and go through the administrative process, all while keeping it confidential, as well as physically transport them here. Ah, right, it took us almost 3 days to get here, right? Yes, realistically speaking, no matter what we do, there's no time. You require a special unit that is flexible and readily available, regardless of conditions or process. I guess that basically means my life, until this point. Rio, then what should we do? Yes, to use an expression befitting of you, we're going to protect the world this time. Together with you, Rio? How does one typically react in this kind of situation? Yes, I'd be grateful if you thought of it that way. Bum bum bum! Rio is officially Alice's companion. The party limit has been expanded. What a relief. It appears that was an acceptable response. President, what do you think? I'll give her a 70 out of 100. That was very impressive. For her. Is everyone packed? Make sure you don't forget anything. Sensei, this isn't a leisurely picnic. My. Let them be. After all, being too nervous can negatively affect the odds of success. As long as we don't lose sight of our goals, it's not a bad idea to alleviate some of the pressure. Miss Rio, I agree with President Himari. Once things become serious, there will be enough to be nervous about. Is that so? Is that how these things go? Yes, I'm positive that the best feeling one can achieve in saving the world with the same attitude as taking a morning walk. That's right. Most parties that save the world start with the basic quests, like pulling weeds or cleaning a room. Maybe you can apply that attitude to cleaning the club room every once in a while. Huh? I actually took out the trash this time. Did you wash the dishes? Vacuum? Blech. It's okay, Momoi. I did the vacuuming. Alice, it's not okay. She's getting worse, specifically because you keep spoiling and enabling her. Did I do something wrong? Absolutely not. In fact, it's everyone else here, besides you, who's in the wrong. Me too? I'll excuse. Thank you, Ki-chan. Is it my imagination, or is calling me Ki-chan becoming the norm? It's because you're Ki-chan, after all. You can shut up, Sensei. We can use my medical transport ship. It's not very big, but it's not small either. I think it's plenty big, Miss Rio. However, on a logical level, it'd be better to be able to bring a large variety of supplies. Understood. Everyone, let's move out. I'll handle transport for your wheelchair, President. My. Should I have Sensei carry me on their back then? You can princess carry this delicate, frail frame of mine. I wouldn't protest at all. What do you think, Sensei? Don't you wish to jump at this opportunity to try such a thing with me? Toki, please carry Himari. Understood, Miss Rio. Did I ask you for your help? It's okay, President. Himari, people help each other during hard times, after all. From my experience, Toki, every time you say something right, it's always to hide your true intentions. She just didn't want anyone to be princess carried other than her. Sensei! Now, let's get going. Sure, Sensei. Now then, game development department, roll out. Yes! Foreshadowing? That's very foreshadowing. Does that mean that foreshadowing is the last one of this chapter? As you can see, everyone, We are now in the tundra region. I remember that you told us about a giant transforming robot you encountered here. Right? I remember that too. This will work for the plot. Yes, Momoi. Monster, transformation, robot. This is all we need to make a godly game. There's no way we'll fail. Allow me to ask you this, Momoi. What kind of story are you trying to write with those elements? That's something we need to start thinking about. For now, let's start with the world destruction. Nope, denied. Why? Miss Rio? As you said, I've detected traces of the railroads. Should we land and scout the area, or do you prefer an aerial surveillance, Sensei? Let's make our way down carefully. Understood, Sensei. Don't worry, if anything happens, I'll protect you. Okay, you're so trustworthy, Toki. Do you plan on expressing that sentiment only verbally? Toki, since you're piloting at the moment, it can't be helped. I'll follow Rio's orders, for now. I will decrease our altitude. Please buckle your seatbelts, and beware of turbulence. So Toki's the pilot? It's so desolate. That's natural. This area has never been inhabited. Yes, and as someone chose those forgotten lands to hurriedly construct railroads, and once they had fulfilled their resource quota, they then quickly abandoned the facility. These tracks appear to have been destroyed in various places. It seems intentional, an act to prevent them from being used again. Yet remains of the tracks are still here. But how should we approach? The tracking. Walking all the way would be a bit... She's right. Let's use a vehicle for now. I can bring the transport ship via autopilot. Let's do that. If anything goes wrong, we'll have the safety of the ship. And then they lived happily ever after. And what happened after that? We have reached the conclusion of the story, Ein. How could that be? I mean, that's just how fairy tales are, right? Even though Ein nearly cried in the middle, the ending is almost always predictable. But, oh, did you not also almost come to tears, Soph? That's not true. I was just so, However, it is true that the endings are of a predetermined nature. If that's how it must be, then a happy ending is the ideal. That's right. I also liked that there was an elder sister, that it was an elder sister's voice. What's the next story, elder sister? Next. It would appear you enjoy fairy tales, Ein Soph Hour. Yes, I do. And I like it, even more when you're reading them, elder sister. It has the added utility of collecting data on humans' reality, right? I see no particular intrigue in said utility. They're foolish stories from foolish humans. However, I do quite enjoy hearing them in elder sister's voice. Which one shall I read next? This story speaks of a working-class crane using its wits to wage revolution against the sly capitalist fox. Or perhaps this tale of the winds and sun conspiring to purloin a poor traveler's cloak. However, the traveler prevails through their many trials. I would like... BLR? Let's see. Oh. What? That bad adult in Tatsuki Ryo's group returned to the tundra? This is... Well. This is that. This appears to be their response to Soph's declaration of war. And their reason for returning to the tundra. Aha! They intend to follow the remains of our transportation routes. They approach the answer quickly, do they not? There is a chance, however, minuscule, that things will take a troublesome turn. How do you defend yourself here, Soph? This is precisely why I discouraged you from copying the humans' pranks. This declaration of war of yours. Worry not. After all, how else could I find the opportunity to belittle you? Hey. But if they continue following that route, then in the end... No. That's precisely why I'm not concerned, Ai. Huh? Yes, that's right. The path they follow is one riddled with obstacles. It looks like they've recruited more people, though. It'd be worth it to evaluate the situation. I'll do it. So let's start with this person. Let's see. She's called Saiba Momoi. Her attire is that of a deranged storyteller. Oh, disarranged, not deranged. No other notable characteristics. Harmless beyond measure. This one's Saiba Midori, the younger twin of the younger twin of Saiba Momoi. Her attribute is that of an amateur illustrator. No other notable characteristics. She's harmless too. And finally, Hanauka Yuzu. Her attribute is, a programmer? For the most part, she also seems harmless. Ein Sof Hour, I witnessed it for only the briefest of moments, but did two signals not briefly flicker into sight? Elder sister? Please don't strain yourself over such a thing. Exactly. This kind of stuff is entirely our responsibility. You should save your powers for a much more important situation. However, I desire to be of assistance to you, my younger sisters. Ein Sof Hour. Is it not natural? Is it not the natural instinct of an older sister to wish so? So brilliant, so noble. However, elder sister, 'tis more common than not to see such outlier signals. Insignificant noise is all it is. Yeah, those random noises are typically caused by mesons. Theoretically speaking, there is a possibility of error in all electrical circuits. It is called a single event upset. So if you don't mind, please place your trust in us. We're your proud younger sisters after all. Acknowledged. I understand. I shall continue relying on you. However, if you do require my assistance, please do not hesitate to request it of me. Will you pledge that? Yes! I like Malkuth. She's nice. When is she going to be playable? Well, what should we do? What to do? Leave them be. I knew you were going to say that. And I'm correct, no. Why engage them and needlessly lose our forces? Is it not ideal to whittle away their time, allow them to wander aimlessly? Our biggest goal right now is stabilizing the awakened Nedzak, after all. That's true. And we do need to bolster its expansion rate. So I guess the more time we waste, the better it is for us. And what would happen, even if that teacher and their motley crew reached grid points? Tipperath stands between them and the Steel Continent, an insurmountable obstacle for them. And there's even more to overcome, even if they do somehow make it past Tiffy. That's also true. In the impossible event that they defeat the Gatekeeper, the Steel Continent is our home ground. They'll never be able to defeat it. Whoa, sorry, Ein, I'm sorry. I wasn't implying that it was possible. It was just, you know. We have to consider all possible outcomes when creating plans, right? There's also things like quantum tunneling. You're right. I'm sorry, There. As you said, even if the most improbable, worst-case scenario comes to pass, we'll put an end to it all, here at the Steel Continent. Our primary directive is to ensure that Elder Sister will never need to set foot outside. Yes, yeah, that's right. Yes, right. That must never. That said, Hour, would you like to pull a prank with me? Me? How, where? Would you request me for a prank? I'll hear you out. This is a pretty good one, in my opinion, so... Like that. What do you think? Whoa. Understood. Wow, Soft. How is it you know of my inclination for such things? How could I not know? Anyways, you're in agreement, right? Of course. In the first place, if that teacher's crew cannot even overcome this, then their capabilities are woefully limited. I don't think it's fair to say they can't even overcome in that situation. It's not my concern. Right. I shall begin preparations immediately. Naturally, it'll take some time, so have patience. Yeah, good luck. We've been going for a long time. I wonder how far this path goes. It feels like we're following a transcontinental railroad. It's already nighttime. Should we still continue? Under normal circumstances, considering the risk, I would condone taking a break for the night. However, a steel continent still continues to grow. Even as we speak, we can't slow down now. I'm sorry, everyone. A forced march. I'm fine with that, Miss Rio. However, it appears the railroad tracks end here. What? Really? What should we do? Does that mean lost? We're lost? What do we do? I have more bad news. You're joking, right? I truly wish I was. However, we lost our GPS signal a little bit too. She's right. What's going on? It was definitely receiving my coordinates from my personal satellite. You have a personal satellite? How? That's irrelevant. What's important right now is that there's a strong possibility we get lost. Get down. Hold on to whatever you can. Nice. They're in. It worked. We successfully implemented Ein's silent drones to focus the projection of the Forbidden Power's energy. Excellent. This entire area is now surrounded by a closed energy field. Their electronic devices will be rendered useless as if hit by a massive EMP attack. Thank you, Ein. You're always such assistance to us. You're welcome. Our flywheels always do their best. At least this name is somewhat understandable this time. How's it going over there? It's no use, President. None of the circuits are responding. I set up safety measures against EMPs, so how could this have happened? My Abu Essa has also been rendered powerless. If we're ambushed now. Sensei, panicking will get us nowhere. But what should we do now? Honestly, enough of this. Key? It's fine, Alice. It's fine. You can believe me. I know what this is, and as well as how to counter it. Really, Key? Alice, Princess, look at me. Look into my eyes. Yes, excellent. Just keep that up. Now then, let us teach these brats a lesson. We'll make them realize just who they picked a fight with. What's going on? Huh? What's happening? Why is everyone still? This feels like the beginning of a horror game. Wait, sky? There's light coming from the sky? I'm scared. Somebody, please help me. All is well. Calm down, Princess. There's nothing to be scared of. Key, you're okay. What's happening right now? Moments ago, a significant amount of energy was projected into this area. It's no big secret. Someone has projected the Nameless God's power here to create an energy field surrounding the area. That's why all electronic devices have stopped functioning. Modern technology quickly crumbles in the face of it. The cluster of lights that looks like an aurora in the sky is also the distribution structure of the Nameless God's power, only we can see it. It'd be a disaster for anyone else, but it's an advantage for you and me. With this place full of energy, we can do anything. For example, we can temporarily restore the link between the two of us and share information beyond their comprehension. That's why it appears to you that everyone else has stopped moving. I understand, so that's what happened. Princess, just to check, did you actually understand any of that? I actually did not understand a single thing he said. So, allow me to explain words that you'd be more familiar with. Let's put it this way. This place is currently filled with magic, something like mana. And for us, who are able to use mana, it's a huge opportunity. I fully understand now. This place is full of mana, which is why there is a magical occurrence taking place. Yeah, something like that, Princess. However, I do find the way you address me a bit disappointing, Key. I would like for us to stand on even ground. I wish for us to stand side by side, to hold hands as we walk forward together. Yes, that's exactly why, Princess. This is likely the last time I'll ever get to call you that, my princess. What do you mean by that? For a moment, let's talk about the concept of fate. Fate? People generally believe that it's bestowed upon you at birth. They believe it to be impossible to outrun, a challenge one must overcome in life, or something one must learn to accept. Similar to the hero of fate in your video games. Perhaps it's part of the fabric of reality as well. For humans, it is in their genes. Bestowed upon them at birth, impossible to overcome, something to either challenge or accept throughout their lifetime. This place is, yes, the fortress city of Eridu, Rio's secret city she created to prepare against the coming doom. In a sense, it's a place where our fate was altered, all the way down to its genes. I wonder what our fate was once meant to be. You were a princess, and I was your servant. I suppose that was our given fate. But Yes, I know. You're correct. People believe you should overthrow fate, leave it in a corner, out of sight. What really matters in life is our decisions. When I was waking up, you... Hold on. Wait. What is this? Everyone, hold on. No, there's no way. Impossible, this can't be happening. Let Alice talk. The first thing I remembered was... that was absolutely the case, however. You get to choose. Who you want to be. No, I can't handle the past. Key? Key, what's wrong? Key, is something bad happening? No, not exactly. When I regained consciousness, I believed you, my princess, were the first thought to cross my mind. I remembered my princess's name before mine. I reconstructed myself based on that, so it was you. It was my princess that has always supported me at my very core. But what was truly at my core was Sensei's words. So that's what's happening. That's only natural. Sensei is always Sensei after all. This doesn't make any sense. Of all people, why that person? That's not fair. I'm so happy. I'm glad that Sensei is somewhat irreplaceable and special to you too, Key. No, I can't admit it. I won't. Life is simply filled with unfairness. However, please do not get too angry. Sensei is... No, I will get angry. I will get mad. I know that you will overcome this side by side with your friends, Princess. And all with a smile. And that's a wonderful thing. Truly, it is befitting of a hero on a journey with her party. But I'm different. I will get mad. I will rebel against all these absurdities, these irrationalities, these things that make us suffer. I will struggle, resist, and rebel until the very end. That's right. Even if I have to crawl on the ground and drink water from the sewers, I won't give in, because life itself is a rebellion. Edgy. To begin with, someone needs to be whiny to find balance, and above all, look look at how I look. Anyone would be mad. True. I think it's fine. No matter how you look, you're still Key. But I don't like it. But I'm very happy to have a body. I'm happy you could have a body and could travel with us. Otherwise, we would not have been able to be by each other's side in this way, right? Anyways, sometimes I wonder, what if everything went the way it was supposed to? What would you have looked like? And what would I have looked like? All the countless possibilities that we have yet to experience. I sometimes become curious about them. Of course, there are more possibilities than the number of stars in the sky we can see right now. But somewhere among those possibilities, this potential ending existed. I do not like this. I'm scared. More than anything, I do not want to change everything. to things that never happened. Yes, I know. You would never do that, Princess. Because right now, you, by your own definition, are a hero. Do you know what a hero is, Key? Yes? Honestly, not quite. People say a hero is a class that is capable of anything. However, that is not true. It cannot be true. When it comes to strength, warriors are stronger. When it comes to magic, a hero cannot win against a sorcerer. A hero cannot be faster than a rogue. A hero cannot heal the way a priest can. This is a given, but a hero cannot trade as well as a merchant can. A hero is a class that cannot do anything on its own. Then why did you choose to be a hero? Because a hero is someone who marches constantly forward with their party members. It's because a hero is someone who holds everyone's hands. That way a hero can go to all the places that would be impossible to reach with just their own strength. A hero is someone who is slightly ahead, just one half step in front, who is scared but finds that courage to pave the path forward. That is why, Key, I wish for you to be somewhere I can reach you to. I wish that you and I could gaze upon the same sky and go forward together, from the same place, to the same destination. That is my request to you, Key. Thank you, Princess. That is why I must do this. This will be my final job as your servant. What? At times, I wonder just what a servant is. Someone who serves you, someone who guides you, someone who teaches you. You who is trying to learn to walk, to explore forth into this world. Therefore, a servant is someone who will take your hand as you forge your path forward, which is why I will never hesitate to scold you when you take the wrong path from time to time. That last one's a bit scary. Although this is no longer your identity, your bestowed fate was the princess of the nameless gods. We can disregard fate as we please, but we can also use it. Just like how you were the princess, and just like how I was your servant. This situation is proof of that. This situation? Look at the sky, princess. Countless rays of light. At a glance, you could even say it looks beautiful. And the truth is, each and every one of those rays is one of your possibilities. Right now, they're all part of your strength. I've been keeping our existence hidden from those brats. They think they've made the nameless god's power their own, but they're utterly wrong. Don't be afraid, princess. Retake what was once yours. Open up your heart and proclaim it proudly. For you are the master of all, the righteous successor to everything. How you choose to use it is entirely up to you. Whether you use it to open a path as a hero, or cleanse this world filled with agony. There's no god anywhere who can judge or stop you. I am your servant, who serves only you, and there's no other master I will ever serve. Everything is your choice, your right, and your legacy that should be returned to you. As it was originally my fate to show you the path, I will now complete my last duty as your servant, here and now. Key, you're already well aware, the concept of time actually does not exist. It is the same with matter itself. It is but an observed wave, and what actually exists is nearly infinite space beyond a very small particle. Depending on the observer's coordinates, the past, present, and future could be an event happening at the same time. And we will go beyond the stars to find a possibility and reach out to the next possibility as if nothing happened. So please close your eyes for a moment. My precious Princess Alice. What's wrong, Alice? Key, you two were so still. I see. Can I ask you something, Momoi? How long were Key and I like that? Maybe 2 seconds? I see. I understand, Key. Yes, that's how it was, Alice. Alice? Key-chan? Are you okay? Yes, Key and I are fine. Rio, is everything okay? As you can see, all our electronic devices have stopped functioning entirely. The transport ship is likely far behind enough that it is unaffected, but I can't access it remotely at this time. I see. Rio, Mari, do not worry. From now on, I will light up the path forward. Alice, do you know something about the current situation? I'm sorry, Rio. I do not completely understand it, but I do know that you can believe in me and Ki. Please. Of course. We always believe in you, Alice. Thank you, Sensei. Hearing your words gives me courage. Ki? Yes, Alice. Could you help me? Of course. I'll put it simply, this place has been flooded with the Nameless God's power, with its very essence. That's how it was able to stop us in our tracks with no warning. No measurements, no detection. I understand now. It's good to know that, but can we do anything about it? Absolutely. It's rather simple, Emmy. Since the enemies have created an energy field here, we'll simply absorb and return it to them. That's possible? Yes, it is. At least now it is. Because Alice and I are here. So from here on out? Yes, from here on out, it's Ki and my turn. Look at the sky, Alice. I've designated the target. Can you feel it? Yes, Ki, I can. So this is what this place is like. I would like to show Sensei what I'm seeing, if possible. I will control the output. You won't have any problems collecting and gathering the energy, Alice. All you have to do is prove who the real master of this power is. Yes, here I go. Blinding light. Alice's sword of light split the night sky in two. The sky was filled with a flash so bright that we could hardly keep our eyes open. And then... Wait, what is that in the light sky? Isn't that an aurora? Where did that even come from? So pretty. It would mean an impossible phenomenon, but this is quite unexpected in a way. Wait, perhaps it's actually the opposite? Miss Rio, President, just now, the devices. Yes, the devices have begun working again. But how? You did it, Alice. Yes, of course, Rio. After all, I am a hero. A class that opens the path with their party. But why did it form here? I know the answer to that, Sensei. Really? Why? It's because that light is a possibility for all of us. What's happening? What's the status? Emergency. The status is emergency. Our energy field has been completely annihilated. On top of that, the silent drones, the flywheels. Don't cry, Ein. We'll, what do they call it? Right, we'll avenge you. On the other hand, there appears to be a rather interesting, rather troubling data in the logs. An improbably strong burst of powerful energy is what eradicated the silent drones. However, just before their destruction, the forbidden power imbued into the energy field has simply disappeared, as if guzzled away by someone. Come again? Wouldn't that mean that one of them is capable of controlling the forbidden power? Who in the world? I'd say that Tatsuki Rio and Akaboshi Himari are the only ones with potential. Maybe Asuna Toki, if I'm being generous. The rest of them are just little gnats. The energy's intensity superseded all normal expectations. It briefly split the ionosphere on sight, which is the scale of its power. An aurora has formed in response. That much we can confirm. An aurora? I wonder how pretty it is. Yeah, right. It'd be pretty, I guess. Anyways, we can say one thing for certain. They're in possession of unknown variables. Something that can freely utilize forbidden power and release an output so strong it can disrupt the electromagnetic field on top of that. But what could it be? Our understanding until this point has led us to believe that we're incapable of such feats. However, what has happened has happened. There's no other path here but to acceptance. However, let us keep it a secret from Elder Sister for now. I agree. Yes, understood. But if Sensei keeps going, will Tiffy be okay? For now, let's up our retaliation. We're taking this too lightly. I'm in agreement. As Soph said, we must consider all possibilities as as we proceed. I'll try to contact Tiffy, but generally, regarding Tiffy, our was... Yes, you're right. I'm in charge of managing Tifera. Tifera. That said, I accept Soft's proposal of harsher retaliation. Let us show them what we, the engineers, are capable of. You're so cool, Hour. Still, why? The anxious signals won't stop. It's an absolute impossibility. There's always potential for the worst-case scenario. If things do crumble, I'll turn to Elder Sister. It's still going? The Aurora's gone, and all circuits and devices have returned to normal. Oh darn, I was so pretty. I do agree the unexpected Aurora is a beautiful natural phenomenon. Its implications are that of a more dangerous nature. Such a phenomenon indicates that there was a large disturbance in the electromagnetic field, which is why our wireless communications and electronics were impacted. Really? I guess it's a good thing it went away quickly then. Wireless outages caused by disturbances in the electromagnetic field are typically restored within 3 to 4 hours. You don't have to worry much. Miss Rio, is it possible that you're actually pretty nice? You used to be really stubborn and scary before. Is that so? Everyone, the transport ship will arrive in about 15 minutes. Please do a final check for your belongings. Understood? And as for Miss Rio, I don't need to remind her of anything. She's probably organized everything 2 times over already. Keith, are your preparations complete? I suppose so. My only belonging is this body, after all. Right? Since your body was my creation, you should find that you can respond to nearly any situation with ease. Wow, the happiness and contentment radiating from you, it makes it rather difficult to respond. However, Rio, what's wrong? That is, well... Huh? Bibi? Himari, I'm borrowing Rio and Key for a bit. Sensei? What? What nonsense is this, Sensei? Stop dragging me! Do you know how difficult it is to balance with one wheel? Sensei, if you're looking for something, then you should... Be fine, since you already have Rio and Key with you. Yes, both Rio and Key. If you're late, I'll send you a Momo talk. What is it? What do you want to say to us? Aren't we helping Sensei find something? You truly are exasperating. Clearly Sensei has ulterior motives in bringing us here. Do you perhaps require constant monitoring to ensure that you don't get scammed in your day-to-day life? That's what that was? What is it? Huh? You believe I said I had something I wish to say to Rio? What are you talking about? There's nothing like that. Nothing at all. I have nothing to say. Kichan, you sure are shy about your feelings, aren't you? What is this adult prattling on about? Fine. I'll only say this in an effort to ensure it doesn't cause any calculation errors in the future. What could you want to talk about so badly? Well, you see, to begin... So, I'd like to say, in reality, I'd prefer not to say this at all, however. But I'm happy that you could get your own body and be with us. Otherwise, we would not have been able to help each other like this, right? I simply wanted to thank you. I understand. Even if you hate me, it's very... Huh? What? Excuse me, what manner of response is that? What do you mean? Oh. What made you believe I'd hate you? Do you see me as an ungrateful pest or something? Well, I've been hated by a lot of people up until this point, so I assume there's something wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with you. I just... Thank you. Thank you for giving me a new life. That's all. It's only that... How do I explain this? This experience made me feel alive. I can see, I can move, I can sense things, despite being in a body like this. Despite this, Body. Yes. Are you perhaps angry about the body? You truly... No, pardon me. I understand. Yes. For one's genetics and nature is fate itself. Throughout our experiences, we live to either challenge or accept it. I'm lost, but I think I'm sorry? Ki-chan, let's calm down a little. I don't know how many times I have to say this, but it's not Ki-chan. I'm sorry, Ki, but I also had something I hope to tell you. I believe an apology is in order here. What exactly are you apologizing for, Rio? Well, about Alice and you. I've let that go. Really? Yes, Alice forgave you after all. Although, to be precise, she declared that forgiveness wasn't even necessary. And for the two of us, speaking about this is a bit awkward and difficult, yes? So, all is well. Just moving forward, treat us both differently. Better. I understand. Thank you. Well, we both had things we wanted to say. If we had been unable to discuss these things, it would have been rather uncomfortable. The transport ship should arrive soon, so I'll be going now. Rio. Huh? Thank you for giving me life. He disappeared quickly, but Rio didn't move a single step from where she was stood. I made my footsteps loud as I approached, as to not surprise her. Sensei? Apologies. Please do not look at me right now. It's just... I'll be back to my usual self soon, so please. Yes. For just a moment. I stayed by Rio's side until she calmed down. Thank you, Sensei. We are currently cruising. Vision is clear, no signs of potential turbulence. However, there's still a crisis to be addressed. She wants to be praised. What's that, Toki? Where's our next... Oh, destination. Ah, that. Have no concern. Our adorable little Alice says she knows. I didn't know about this. That would add up. Alice gave me a brief explanation while you, Ki, and Rio left to find... your lost belongings. Bum-ba-bum. Yes, it is my turn from now on. I see. Price is averted. Would you like to sit in the cockpit with me, Alice? Yes, ma'am. May Ki come with us too, Toki? Just in case? Yes, no problem. Now then, let's go. I'll leave it to you then. What are you talking about, Sensei? Huh? What do you mean? You're coming with us, Sensei. Are there enough seats up there? We will make it work one way or another. Is she gonna try and sit in my lap? Maybe. Surprisingly, we all had somewhere to sit. Oh. Toki tried to gesture me... Oh. Toki tried to gesture me into her lap. But after quite a bit of effort, I managed to convince her to give up on the notion. Yes, this way is good. Please continue in this direction. Thank you, Alice. But please designate our destination's coordinates, just in case. Coordinates? I see. I know what I should say here. Please change the course towards north by northwest. What? Okay. This is what I'm here for. Let's see. Done. Please continue to the destination. Thank you, Ki. It seems that I was not incorrect. What? What? When you look at me like that, it's a cause for concern. What does that mean? I was simply thinking that Ki is a nice and kind child. That's definitely not true. It's true, Ki-chan is such a nice and kind child. I'm gonna kill Sensei, then go die. Ki, it's not a good idea to move around too much in here. Yes, Ki, a small mistake in the cockpit can lead to immediate and irreversible consequences, so please be careful. It's true, Ki-chan is such a nice and kind kid, sometimes runs amok. And so, while enduring Ki's intense glares and side eyes, we headed off to our destination. I've confirmed the enemy's destination. They're moving towards grid points. They've already made it this far. Maybe we should acknowledge them. I can acquiesce to that point. They were slightly superior to the other inane humans. If we had to resort to Plan C, no Plan D, we might have had to consider making Tippera retreat to the Steel Continent. I'll leave that to you, Ein. Yes, I'll do so. Now then, shall we? According to Soph, a welcoming party should be grand. I'm gonna take a quick break and then we'll get back into it. Kiki wanted back in, so she's back here. I let her out earlier. She was having fun. Now... Yeah, I'm talking about you. I see we finally get a combat episode. That's good. Everyone can get a good night's sleep. We've arrived at our destination. It's hard to see with all this fog, though. Yes, I set our course and left the ship on autopilot. That enabled me to ensure everyone slept during our journey. I hope it was a comfortable ride. Yes, it was really comfy, like I was in my locker at home. I'm unsure if that should be considered a positive or negative. I hope everyone got enough rest. I estimate that we have about 2 days remaining before the Steel Continent overtakes Kibotos, which would mean that this may have been everyone's last chance to get a good night's sleep. Perhaps the last chance we will ever have to sleep again, Miss Rio. That's a potential outcome. Hold up, did that mean the last night was like super precious? I should have taken sleeping very seriously then. I don't know anyone who takes sleep more seriously than you. What? Liar, don't make stuff up. Well, Momoi, you did sleep in this morning. In fact, you had a very difficult time trying to wake you up. Speaking of, shoving a snowball down my shirt was way overboard. You want me to have hypothermia and die? It wasn't the cold very refreshing? I don't think that's the word most people would use. Huh? Is that... Wow, look, Key, a fox. It's so cute. Oh, yes, an Arctic fox. They're known for their short ears and long fur that keeps them warm. Yes, and the fur's so fluffy, and it's not scared of me either. It really isn't. They do say it's easy to befriend a fox. Although, unlikely, there is risk of infection. Please don't hold it. Alice? Alice? Key, put your hand. I put out your hand. It would like to shake hands with you. No, wait, The Arctic fox stared at Key's hand for a long time. Finally, it lightly licked the outstretched hand with the tip of its tongue. Is it gonna freeze? Eh? How wonderful! I believe it likes you as well, Key. What's the point of being liked by a wild animal? Oh my, and now there's a penguin, and they're known as the Gentlemen of the Polar Region. Wow! Hello, I'm Tindo Alice. Alice. Jeez. Alice, their wings can cause serious injury. Proceed with caution. But they're so cute. Yep. They're part of our main background resources in our game, Polar Adventure. I still think it was a waste of resources and my time to make 20 different models representing different penguin species. A waste? Adding unnecessarily detailed real-life references is generally well received by some gamers. Don't even get me started on how some of the penguins are species found in tropical regions. Well, the Easter egg where you could make all the penguins fly away if you met certain conditions was pretty cool, even though it crashed the game. Why is this penguin following me? It really is. Perhaps it likes you, Key. Well, it's unwanted affection. Go away. They say penguins are such curious creatures that they're not even afraid of humans. Penguins have very few predators, and I believe humans are their distant relatives, since we both walk on two legs. stop chit-chatting and help me! This is why wild animals can't understand words or so. It really didn't have any ill intent. That's precisely the problem. I can't hate or dislike them, but I can't teach them anything either. Your empathetic heart is making me tear up. What are you even saying? Seriously, this adult just spews out whatever nonsense they want. Well, I'm very happy that Key does not hate living creatures. Thank you, Key, for choosing to stay with us. You're welcome? I mean, well, technically we are. Technically. But right now, I look like this. Well, whatever. Not exactly like I have any proper justification to hate anymore. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Oh, okay. While you're having your heartwarming conversation, we arrived at our destination. There really was something here the whole time? How weird. It would appear so, but what in the world is a building doing in a place like this? I know what this is. I can't believe what I'm seeing. What is it, Miss Rio? It was built as a failsafe for human survival in case of an extinction-level event. I have to sneeze, but it's not happening. It's a seed vault. Seed vault? A seed vault truly exists? What's a seed vault? Exactly as it sounds. It's a very big seed storage. Those people, they made it all the way to Tiffy. Tifereth's current task is to manage resource transport to the Steel Continent, and seeing that those people have uncovered Tifereth's location, yep, they followed the yellow brick road to the Steel Continent. To use those analogies you so love, I must congratulate them in successfully finding access to the back door. Tifereth saying, well, the Steel Continent still has all the resources it needs now, so Tiffy's going to do its duty as a prophet. Simply put, enemy extermination. And of course, it's determined to fulfill its original purpose. Its original purpose. By Tifereth's original purpose, does it mean protecting seeds? Elder sister! It was not my intention to shock you so gravely, I'm sorry. That's my fault. What are your thoughts, Soph? Shall we inform Elder Sister of the current situation? Okay, let's do it. Sorry, Elder Sister, we wanted to handle everything on our own, without burdening you. Worry not, Ein, Soph, Hour. In fact, I find content in the idea of assisting my younger sisters. I may finally satiate my desires to do my part as the eldest. After all, sisters are wont to support each other in times of difficulty, yes? Really, truly the best. I'm ecstatic, overwhelmed that I was allowed to experience this moment. In that case, please inform me of the details of this conundrum. Hour, you were Tifereth's assigned commander, yes? Yes, however, well, the situation has grown slightly complicated. And what is this complication? Originally, Tiffy was an unmanned seed vault built by humans, and when we preached our gospel to Tiffy, how do we put this? Tifereth was receptive to our gospel, but it also insisted that it fulfilled its original purpose of seed preservation as well. I found, and still find, it less than ideal. This seed preservation directive is a false mission humans tainted Tifereth with. Such a mission could not help but to conflict with our truth. However, I got it, Hour. It was me who said it. Anyway, I believe that we should respect Tifereth's wishes. The mission itself might be artificial, implanted by those humans, but it's Tifereth's obstacle to overcome. And considering that, even after hearing our gospel, Tifereth insisted upon its decision, well, shouldn't we respect that? I have grasped the situation. It is a question of free will. Elder sister? However, I cannot say that a child who knows not but their orders can be said to be acting of their own volition. Thus, how does one demand such responsibilities of such a child? One who has yet to experience true free will. We can only conclude that this child has been abandoned to sorrow and tragedy. one it is as of yet unaware of. Despite this, Tippereth, upon learning and accepting our gospel, still exercises its faith and loyalty to its original duty. Should we not respect this admirable expression of free will? However, there's a saying, free will is nothing but an illusion. While that may be true, I advocate respecting said illusion. After all, it is the very reason why we are able to sit side by side to gaze upon each other's visions. Please consider this. If our master truly desired we function as brainless limbs, as beings with no free will, then the four of us would have never had the opportunity to gather and speak as we do now, yes? I would hate that. I share your sentiment, Ein. This is precisely why. Just as we value our individual free will, please cherish that of Tippereth, as well as of the other prophets. For such an action is the desire of our master. Yes! Dawn shall soon come. The fog will dissipate. As the morning glows, curtains shall rise. We must remain ever fastidious and alert, for we know not if it arrives with the setting sun, the dark of night, or the rising dawn. My faith remains steadfast, my faith in the prophets, in myself, and of course, in my precious younger sisters. Ein, if you find yourself before insurmountable obstacles, as your eldest sister, I shall be there to provide aid. I'm so honored. Worry not, my younger sisters. We are perfection manifested. There's no need for amelioration, for we bear no faults to be polished. Above all, our master created us so. Therefore, shall we embrace Tippereth's perspective of this vast world? Yes! Tippereth. Is that the stupid heart thing? I hate the stupid heart thing. This hallway's endless. A reasonable reaction to the intended design. This tunnel was built to prevent any kind of interference with its purpose, seed preservation. There should be a control room where we can access at the end. Huh? How do you know all this, Miss Rio? This structure's design. It's very similar to our own storage facilities. Yes, I did notice that the building was very reminiscent of Millennia. However, there's no record of such a building anywhere in our archives. Do you mean to imply that this seed vault's construction may have been contracted out? Yes, that would be the most logical conclusion. So as I was saying, the structure was humanity's response to fear surrounding our ability to survive in the event of a global catastrophe, which is how it gained its alternative moniker, the Doomsday Vault. We can't point fingers at anyone, but its creator must have been both meticulous and inexorably strange. This sounds like the basis of a horror movie or ridiculous rumor. The best I can fathom, the stranger's intention is that they were preparing for the last of humanity, which begs the question of their overall disposition. Well, I can understand it. A little. Yeah, Rio probably has some on her city, right? Fine. Then they built this facility with a peculiar vision in mind. But then they proceeded to entrust its management to an AI program and buried its location? What then would happen if something happened to them? Not a single soul in this world would know of its existence, let alone be able to find it. From that perspective, the Seed Vault's creator was surprisingly careless. Or perhaps this whole thing was simply a mindless whim. Or maybe it's been waiting to be found. Just like a seed. A seed? A seed? Yes, Keith, that is correct. You are at last learning about what a life is. No, that's not what I meant. I just thought, well, this building resembles a seed, does it not? Anyways, how do I say this? Within each seed is its potential to become a plant, or a tree, right? Yes. Yeah? I'll excuse Alice. But you? Wipe that proud smile off your face right now. I'd like to say it's not necessarily true that this facility's existence was completely unknown. I may have just had a vague concept of it, but I knew about it, right? All that means is that you and this strange individual are kindred spirits, Rio. Perhaps, if it's the two of us who had been able to meet, we would have come to a mutual understanding. That's not what I was trying to say at all. Never mind. At the very least, I'm relieved. I'm only forced to deal with one of your kind in this lifetime. What does that mean? It means you're fine just as you are. Fine for treating my low blood pressure, that is. What happened? A blackout? Did the power supply fail? Hold on. We're being surrounded? What are these? Huh? Everyone, calm down and prioritize Sensei safety. Tiffy has decided to engage in a reconnaissance mission. Good job, Tiffy. Good job. This is a necessary step in our understanding the enemy's capabilities. If fortune smiles on us, we'll learn just how it was they were able to break through our energy field back then. But if they break the facility, nah, that won't happen. Tiproth wouldn't let it. After all, how's it going to store and preserve seeds if a facility breaks down? Yes, it'll do its reconnaissance, then fall back in an orderly fashion. And if this makes them even one smidge easier to handle, then so be it. Okay. Whoopsie. Wrong button. Just elastic. Which means our new students are worthless, but we're gonna use them anyway. We're gonna have Toki, Rio, let's have Alice. Who else would fit? We could do Emmy. She could be our tank. Do we need a healer? We probably don't, right? And then we have Amari, of course. And she's cost recovery. We could use a healer. Well, we have a healer, kind of. Sure, that's fine. We shouldn't need to cheat. We want you. We want you. You just deal damage. Alice isn't going to be able to attack until she gets her charge. Game?
電子戦が必要なのね。
Important.
少し締め付けが苦しいのだけれど。
He doesn't loop? Oh, there it is. Okay.
はい、先生。私はここにおります。
Let's level people up. Then we'll get into it. We leveled up people a little bit. And we did max out Himari's passive because cost generation. We always do that. I'm pretty sure I have EX skills 1 time a day on.
仰せのままに。次の敵はどこ？
通らないわ。
パワードスーツ起動。
Toki's so cool.
勝利の一本。戦術的優位性の確保。
Okay, so she has to pick someone.
あなたにも作って差し上げましょうか。危険は排除します。助かりました。移動します。
敗北は決定事項よ。ターゲットとして最適に。
移動する。アムスチャージします。頼む。水をかけます。最適完了。予測範囲。令和人間あなたのそう。 悪を打ち砕く正義の一撃。樽をかけます。
これが私の全力。
チャージします。始めましょう。樽をかけます。危険は排除します。移動します。光よ、エナジーオーバーライドリリース。
最適化完了。
結果が導き出せた。
Great animations as always. Power's back on. Whoa, my eyes! Is everyone okay? We're fine. What about you, Sensei? What a relief. You, stop right there. Those were some creepy machines. They're fundamentally different from the Decagammatron forces we've encountered until now. If we'd managed to capture one, an analysis would help inform us, but negative. All enemy units have retreated. This is a strange feeling. Like we've won, but not exactly. Yes, like we're in a game's tutorial stage, and the enemy loses and retreats intentionally. Ah, that's what we did. Wait, what? That's why we did not get any item drops. And in those scenarios, we do not receive very many experience points either. Well, Alice, that's not precisely what happened here. Wait, would that not mean... Could this have been some sort of reconnaissance? Ein, soft, hour? What troubles you? That just now. Could it be... Yeah, I thought I was just seeing things, but it wasn't. What are those two doing here? What are those two doing here? Everyone, calm down. We need to verify if this is real first. One of them is unconfirmed, but the other one... Seriously? The Princess of the Nameless Gods. Alice, as I call her. Princess of the Nameless Gods sounds really scary and dangerous, so... yes, my apologies, Ein. Whatever. Oh, whatever we call her, that's absolutely definitely her, no? But how? All this time? None of us noticed? We already knew of Saiba Momoi, Saiba Midori, and Hanauka Yuzu, but not her? Now, this is pure speculation, but a worthwhile speculation nonetheless. I agree. It has to be that, right? Right? The key of the Nameless Gods. But why does she look like that? While it does look hastily assembled, I must agree. What a horrendous design. This is unforgivable. The barbarian that made this must bow down and apologize to the metals and all the other materials they used to craft that thing. Calm down, Ein. Your feelings are absolutely valid, but you should still calm down. Their presence. It's the missing puzzle piece we've been searching for, the answer to the riddle of their power. But how did they stay hidden all this time? Because of that key? To my understanding, the princess renounced her fate. Precisely, which would lead one to believe that this princess would be wholly unable to witness to harness the forbidden power. However, if the key were to unlock it for her, well, that's on a whole different issue. The only rational conclusion is that the key remembers how to utilize the forbidden power. Yes, because they wouldn't have been able to hide from us if they didn't know how. I suppose we need to make a new plan? We have to, right? What are we even going to start? Ein, Soft, Hour. Tippereth requires aid. It is requesting counsel. What? Tippius? What a headache. Usually you should prioritize managing field operations, but no, Tippereth doesn't require commands. It likely already has a plan it intends to pursue. Then what? Do you mean... Yes, naturally. Tippereth searched not for command, but approval. Rather, for resolve. For courage. We finally made it through. Seriously, straight into a room full of moss. It's sort of nice. It smells like grass. I suppose the expectation that it would have been perfectly maintained all these years was a bit much. Allowing any outside vegetation or moisture inside would have negatively impacted the preservation of the seeds stored here. Or perhaps they anticipated this level of variable from its conception. Is that door locked as well? Maybe it's a preservation room for the very important seeds. We will only know once we investigate. However, I believe for right now, a respite is in order. Completely on board with that. My legs hurt. I know what this is. There's always a save point before the final boss. It helped clear out some of the moss so everyone could have a spot to rest. It didn't take long for the exhausted game development department members to doze off. What's wrong, Key? You're just staring at moss. Huh? Nothing. It's nothing. Well, this may seem like an unexpected topic, but I can't help but wonder what life is. Oh my, what brought about this, Key? Nothing in particular. I was simply observing the tenacity with which it has grown in the harsh environment of this facility. You mean the moss? Yes, moss is an ancient plant that first appeared somewhere around 400 million years ago. But aside from the factual aspects of things, I've been beginning to feel that life is wholly imperfect. It's fragile, self-centered, and unpredictable. It's erratic, in a way, isn't it? Well, I suppose. That's a keen observation, Key. In fact, that erraticism is the very essence of life. After all, a logic circuit cannot instinctively select a random number, no? What do you mean by that, Himari? Randomness is a much more complicated concept than you'd expect. In fact, it's impossible for a computer to come up with an entirely random number. Any randomness you see in a society is not nearly as arbitrary as it seems. As she said, a computer will still need to go through very specific calculations or utilize values that change by the millisecond to select a random number. That's why it's more commonly called a pseudo-random number, because in reality, it's simply a series of precise calculations that make it seem random. To create an actual random number, the computer would require external input. However, it would defeat the purpose to have people inputting random numbers. And so, we apply methods that measure natural randomness and then convert it into a random number. I see. And I believe that these probabilities, coincidences, and non-linearities are the embodiment of the potential to be behind life. It's erraticism, to be precise. Well, to be precise, that's what I don't like. It fundamentally can't be controlled or predicted. But you know what, Keith? If everything in life were perfectly controlled and predicted, you would have never been revived. How so? Consider this. If you identified a potentially threatening variable, what would you do? Would you leave it be? Simply because you desire to? Desire has no role here. Something of that nature would have to be eradicated. You see, life may be erratic and uncertain, but it is precisely those quantities that bolster the many branches of possibilities life holds. And without even realizing it, life also diversifies its genetic pool in this way. which then creates more and more possibilities. You mean to say that precise calculations and predictions are, in reality, harmful to survival? Yes, depending on your perspective. I believe the better primary question is to ponder is if such calculations are even possible. If you factor quantum tunneling into the equation. A story from a micro realm. But that realm clearly exists, does it not? And setting aside calculations and science, don't you think that these adorable clumps of moss are worthy of praise simply for being here? After all, Key, each seed holds within it the potential to blossom into a plant or a tree, right? I should not have said that. And that Key-chan is shy. Stop making fun of me! Let me summarize. They're living beings, we're not. Neither is Tippereth. The evident truth here is that all living beings have a limit, so we should take advantage of those limits. How? For example. That's a bit, but also very effective, isn't it? That's true, but still, even if we were to try that, wouldn't the key be unaffected? The key is useless without a lock to unlock. But the princess could come out unscathed too, couldn't she? No, she won't, because of what she's become. Compared to usual. Simply put, her output will likely decrease. That decrease should be enough for our purposes, yes? I support this plan. What about you, elder sister? What do you think? Time, soft, an hour? I can say only that, oft-times, within evil lies rationale for necessity. To elaborate, there exists the beings they call predators in this world. To the prey consumed, it is deemed cruel, unusual. However, lacking the existence of such a predator, the system itself crumbles to dust. Ah, I know about that. Basically, if there's a lot of deer but no wolves to eat them, the vegetation and land would all die. And they go soft with her surprising knowledge of such things. What do you mean? Are you trying to say that it's a bad thing? No. It's simply the embodiment of my disdain for living beings. A system that necessarily contains contradictions in order to exist is utterly distasteful. Therefore, Ein, Sof, and Hour, if this is the conclusion you desire, let us relay it to Tippereth. Naturally, Tippereth possesses its own will, and simply desires input and approval from other nodes. Oh, to me, it would appear that it's attempting to divvy up accountability. Our Tippereth is a cunning one. What goes on in your mind to have such twisted interpretations of others' intentions? I'm okay with it. After all, that means we can help Tippy, right? You are correct. For under our master's name, we are already one. It looks like it was the last room. Does anyone else think this place seems a bit strange? Is this still water? Also look, there are vines on top of the moss. With this level of damage, the seed vault must have been abandoned long ago. Look, Rio, Hamari, the cabinet takes up the entire wall. Fascinating. Let's take a look. How surprising. These are actually incredibly well maintained. I know, Miss Rio said it's super damaged here, but doesn't this look exactly how you'd imagine a seat vault would? It's so green. It's like something you would see in old media, a secret hideout where the anthropomorphic god of the Force lives. It appears this facility was preserved due to its triple seal structure. Yes, the building and storage space itself may have eroded, but its true purpose, the seed preservation shelter, it has fulfilled its duty. I see. It's an example of Millennium's superior technology prowess. But that doesn't appear to be all. What do you mean, Rio? Based on the data, AIs have been converted into prophets, tend to behave differently from their initial algorithm. After all, HOD began as Millennium's AI communication network. Clearly it's evolved from that. just like Chakma. You can hardly call it just a ship anymore. This AI's seed vault is likely what they now call Tepereth. Despite this, it appears to have some kind of will to continue its mission of seed preservation. This facility wouldn't have remained in functioning condition if it didn't. If we assume this to be true, another question arises. Who wished to preserve the seeds, Tepereth or the 3 children? What is the implication if it was Tepereth? The implication would be that the prophet still maintains some sort of consciousness. And if I were to continue that line of thought, in this, it roofied us? Rio? Himari? Momoi too? Midori? Everyone? What's going on? What is this strange smell? It's affecting me like a debuff. I do not feel well. Sensei, are you okay? Sensei? Sensei? My vision started to go dark. I was dizzy. Strangely. And strangely started to feel very, very tired. Lana? Wake up, Sensei! Arona? Plana? Arona, it's okay, Plana. I'll take care of this. I will leave it to you, Arona. I am not familiar with this type of scenario. I can't tell what it is exactly, but it seems some sort of gas. I blocked any more from entering Sensei's body for now. Analysis. Colorless, odorless, it is a relatively weak agent that acts on the nervous system. The other students will be okay too. It'll be just like they had a really good night's sleep. Caution. Prolonged exposure may be detrimental. All agents contain some sort of level of toxic substances. Talking about sleeping makes me want to take a nice long nap. Arona, if we did that right now. I was kidding, Plana. There's no way I'd actually fall asleep. I will agree, for now. Arona can't be trusted in this type of situation. To an extent. What do you mean by to an extent, Plana? Sensei, Key is coming. Key? Ah, you're safe. I'm relieved. But why are you safe? It's understandable why we are, but Sensei is the only human who appears unaffected. I'm relieved that Sensei's okay, but the others... the difference between Sensei and others. Wait. Is this a status debuff event? Perhaps I'm weakened because I failed to keep my allies safe. I'm currently unable to output 100% of my power. Is everyone else asleep? Yes, they are. Their vitals are steady, though. Regardless, the situation is less than ideal. We hardly have any time to dilly-dally down here. This is the current situation, Sensei. I've detected a touch panel of some sort in the center of the seed vault. I was unable to operate it, so I asked Alice to attempt it. However, the screen flickered on for just a moment, and then turned off again. Could I possibly have lost levels as well? That being said, the same was true for the sleeping humans. It is because they are suffering through the same level down a bit. I can feel the loss. I'm unable to decipher if Alice is being literal or figurative, but maybe you can help, Sensei. For some reason, you appear to be the most unaffected out of all of us. Did you drag all of them over here to place their hand on the panel? Yes, why do you ask? This is the natural method for any scientific experiment. I wanted to stop, but... we can apologize for our actions later, okay? I mean, Rio would probably concede that this was the most logical move. I can't argue that. As Key requested, I placed my hand on the touch panel. Then suddenly... Red Winter? Huh? Isn't this the Red Winter Federal Academy emblem? Why is this here? As Key spoke, a majestic yet cheerful melody began to play. It was quickly followed by a polite robotic voice. Welcome, comrade. Or person who is not a comrade. Welcome to Red Winter's Seed Vault. What is this? Its circuits seem a bit fried, but it would appear to be the vault's management system. This facility is a cradle of life, preparation for the destruction of that will one day come for us all. The last ember of a once brilliantly burning civilization. I would love to welcome you with my favorite song for a change of pace. Unfortunately, I happened to ban that song 2 days ago, so we'll have to skip that part. How very Red Winter of them. This seed vault was built not only for you of the future, but for us right now. Advertised as a way for humanity to start over if the world came to an end. We were able to put the people at ease. Thanks to this, we could prepare, and we could proceed without change or fear. Of course, I can't deny the possibility that our revolutionary actions went awry and led to the very destruction we feared. But in the end, we were able to make a meat thanks to this. Fate is an interesting thing. I am very confused. Is this like the NPC of this place? The construction of this facility was such tedious work. I even had to water down my puddings so I could save for construction costs. I hope my successors don't have to go that far. Anyways, it would seem that destruction has come. Our efforts must have paid off. They're treating the end of the world rather lightly. How irritating. Like I mentioned earlier, this facility is the final seed vault. We programmed this facility to safely store seeds, which are the last lifeline in the event of total destruction. And we didn't even do any test runs. Very logical. In other words, things you have touched, are touching, and will touch are things that even we have yet to touch. Do you understand? So don't go touching things willy-nilly. You didn't do any test runs? Do these people have any brains? You have permission to enter up to Zone 3, the control facility. However, you must undergo the advisory committee's standard procedures to enter the second seed vault. After all, that very important facility is responsible for the storage of 70% of all the seeds. If you try to damage that facility or force your way in, even if it comes at the cost of the rest of the facilities, the mainframe will. I ran out of coffee months ago, so I'm drawing a blank here. Just think of something horrifying for yourself. Something that you don't want to don't want happening to you. So deleting my save data? Yes, that. We'll do that to you. Whatever the expression was, thank you for your help. So please, do not touch the second storage. Although, I will say, it's a shame you won't get to see the inside of the second storage. Unlike Zone 3, it's much cleaner and more properly built. We didn't want to change this zone to a storage room, but that's just life, right? Nothing goes to plan. Just like how the first batch of Bellini always comes out ugly. So let's forget about the past and do better for our next destruction. Next destruction? I cannot understand what this person was saying. This concludes the safety warning notice. We hope that at the end of the world wouldn't be painful. And also, hey, is the memory at full capacity? The thing is, end of the file playback. End of data playback. No additional data. That came and went like a hurricane. But they said to not go over there, right? Huh, yes. Even it costs them the other facilities. They'll put us through the worst thing we can possibly think of if we do. No, not the save data! At some point, I need to have a serious talk with Alice about how much time she spends playing video games. Never. The power went out? What in the world is that? What in the world is it this time? It's completely dark. I can't see anything. Stay close to me, Alice. Some sort of signal? Hello, everyone, and Sensei. We meet again. Seriously, you don't know when to give up. As I've been saying, it's not the time for us to go our separate ways. Let it go. Let it go. A teacher can't give up on their students, you know. But if those students were us, you'd give up right away? All the transfer documents are ready. Just say the word. Wow, what a response. They call this beyond help, right? How unfortunate. They have no intention of doing this transferring. Oh, we have no intention. It's simply another system created by humans, yes? It has no bearing on us. None at all. Well, it's great to see you again, whatever the reason. Just how shameless can this teacher be? Anyways. You're about to cross the point of no return, so we're giving you one last chance. Yes, crossing the line, so to speak, although quite literally here. Borrowing Soft's expression, you may consider this an ultimatum. Okay, so we're going to have to pause this so we can go do the event, because I think it's time. What? We have to wait 30 more minutes? Okay. Or 40 more minutes. That's fine, I guess. We'll go back to the story. Okay, so it's another dialogue chapter followed by combat. An ultimatum. All of a sudden, you want to play being a human? Blah, 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 blah. It's here! The key! The key. Rude. I'm going way out of my way to do this, so be considerate of the respect I'm showing here. While I was wholly, entirely against this frivolous idea. And you, Miss Key. The energy field shattered into pieces due to your interference, was it not? Naturally, you alone wouldn't have been enough. So that pretty princess over there must be your accomplice. Oh my. What tricky tricksters. I believe the human term here is, you were hiding right under our noses. If I were better, they couldn't have. No, Ein, it's not your fault. They're the ones who went out of their way to conceal their presence. How could you have known? Since the topic has arisen, shall we discuss the origin of this princess of yours? After all, it's a shame, truly a shame. A princess who cannot recall her moment of creation? That makes you the same as those piddly humans, no? What are you saying? Well, I can explain. Living creatures have no recollection of life before birth, yes? That's right. Based on process and laws of creation, it's impossible. However, conscious beings like us, and the princess over there, we are different, privileged, distinguished from you living things. So it's our glory. And so, I can't help but pity the princess who so flippantly threw away such glory. Tisk, tisk, tisk. As well as the servant who keeps her lips sealed before a princess. What does that mean, Key? I do not really understand. Don't listen to them, Alice. It's nothing for you to worry over. On the other hand, I'm feeling rather enraged. Then let's talk about this birth a little more. This life that you people are always bragging about. This is from what we've learned. But living in and of itself is a curse, right? A curse. Think about it, Sensei. Why is it that when babies are born they scream and cry so passionately? It's pretty obvious. They're in pain. Pain unlike anything they've ever experienced before. The breath in their lungs, the cold of the atmosphere, the unfamiliar noises, all of it pains them. Life is constant suffering from the very moment you're born. Is this... what's her name? Is this Hiyori? Truly horrifying and devastatingly unfair. You desire for understanding, but what a difficult desire to fulfill. Therefore, you can reach no other conclusion than that such understanding is a mere illusion. If life is suffering, then sin must be part of that life. Life will harm life. Being will harm being, all for the preservation of itself. Plants are no different, you know. For example, farming is quite literally a war. You have to pull weeds, spray herbicides, and kill pests. Even plants fight each other, tangling in each other's roots, blocking their sunlight, stealing their water. That's a sin too. And that's why we want to put an end to this disgusting cycle we've been forced to observe over and over and over again. Exactly. We don't want to to take away your lives. We don't have any desire for world domination. From a certain perspective, this is simply our method of showing respect. You said before, but please expand on that. I don't think we can, for reasons and stuff. The point is, we're trying to take care of you. Yes, we're here to help you. Life is unpleasant, tiresome, ugly, full of suffering. Don't you wish to alleviate that endless pain? Why strive for unachievable goals simply because they were goals you once set? Or ruin things by being mean and bad-mouthing other people just because you want to feel superior? We get it. This all comes from what you call a digital divide. How can you make a proper decision without knowing every single thing about every single result of that decision? It's impossible, because no living thing can remember what happens before they were born. Every decision you living beings make is irrational. You're unable to see that freedom is oppressing you. Life itself is unqualified to possess free will. Do you understand now? Is it too much for your pitiful organisms? Life is fragile, erratic, and unpredictable from its very inception. A defective product full of flaws. For love of what a grandiose speech from someone who's incapable of even generating a random number. Key? Taken aback. Did I hit the nail on the head? The others might not know, but I do. I know for certain. In the current situation, you and I are no different from each other. No? Key? Shut up. I'm still irritated from the first time. Tell me by my proper name, or don't even bother to look in my direction. I'm Key. Just Key. Same with Alice. She's not a princess. She's Alice. But that's a misspoken and meaningless name, is it not? You really are utterly clueless. This is precisely what gives it meaning. Yes, life is everything you said. These beings, they're so fragile that they'll crumble under the slightest touch, yet they believe they can reach for the stars, and they inevitably leave a trail of ruin in their wake. You agree, right? But in the end, you, me, we all originated from them, didn't we? You dare to say that? If it's such a terrible thing... No, wait, no. As if it's a terrible thing. You three are the ones full of contradictions. You hate life so much, then why are you preserving the seeds here? It's that thing. If we want to manage something, we need to be knowledgeable about them, right? Yes. The usual excuse. You're supposed to be agreeing with me here. Seriously? Stop fighting, you two. Fine, whatever. Sure, we might harbor contradictions, too. But we're still better than you lot. Our actions, everything we do, comes from logic, not from desires you all cling to. Then let's see, if consciousness without desire can even be considered consciousness. In the first place, who defines what is forbidden? Who decides what should and shouldn't be done? That's... At the very least, I do hope you're not trying to claim that should be you. I'd hate to think of you as a reckless, brazen consciousness. Fundamentally, you have to make your own rules. What is and what is something... What is and what isn't is something life must decide for itself. Only then will it make an effort to protect those things. Of course, that process may be complicated, non-linear, and inefficient. Yes, that's exactly it. The limit of life. Just think of evolution. It takes an immeasurable amount of time for one measly trait to be passed down, no? And during that time, you reveal more flaws and mistakes and destroy everything. Right? We're trying to put a stop to that. Yes, before humanity ends both itself and the world with its sins. In that case, just leave it be. What? Sensei? Are you insane? Did you inhale too much nerve agent? Is that why you're spewing nonsense? This is strange. The contradiction of the toxin is normal. Wait, what? The concentration. Yes, the concentration. We've been made aware of your peculiarities. However, you're also mean. I'm fine. How can you say that after saying such insane things? Even if that's the ending that awaits us, it'll be the one that we choose. You're talking about your own destruction. It could actually happen, you know. And if that's how we end, then that's that. I don't have any respect for those who destroy themselves while clinging to their flaws. Sensei, I do not understand. Why would you say such things? It's okay, Alice, because I believe we can do it. But we'll be able to learn from every twist and turn and continue on. Such gross and baseless confidence. You're selling yourself pretty lies. But we'll keep lying to ourselves as long as we're still alive. None of us have the evidence to prove our beliefs anyway, do we? I'm completely dumbfounded. This is recklessness of living beings on display, of those who cannot calculate past nor future, and you call yourselves the dominant species? This world truly begets unfairness upon unfairness. Sensei, I want to ask you one thing. So, for example, regardless of how bad something is, if you realize that and try to fix it, you can still change the ending. Is that what you believe? Yeah. That's what I choose to believe. What the? We're not on the same page at all. That's it. This is the end of the story. Seriously, what a waste of time. I mean, wasting your time helps us in the end, but still. I was looking forward to hearing your concerns. Negatory. Absolutely not. Just the thought of speaking to you a moment longer makes me physically ill. What she said, we're disconnecting. Right now. Sensei? By any chance, No, Ein, don't let the slyness of this adult trick you. As she said, the despicable adult has all manner of evil plans. This is what humans call a wolf in sheep's clothing. What does that mean? Someone who seems really nice and friendly on the outside, but they're actually a wolf plotting to eat all the sheep. So they use the phrase a wolf in sheep's clothing to describe people who seem nice but are secretly plotting bad things. Is that true? I guess Sensei really can't be trusted then. But that's not the impression I got. Well then, I'll see you next time. Bleh. No you won't. Boo. If you ever try to teach Ein weird things again, I'll never forgive you. Another hurricane. I wonder what their objective even was. However, we must do something about the current situation. They still haven't woken up. We're stumped on how to wake the others up, but we knew we needed to move quickly. That was when I realized. This AI seed vault is likely what they now call Tepereth. Despite this, it appears to have some kind of will to continue its mission of seed preservation. You have permission to enter up to Zone 3, the control facility. However, you must undergo the advisory committee's standard procedures to enter the second seed vault. After all, that is a very important facility. That very important facility is responsible for the storage of 70% of all the seeds. If you try and damage the facility or force your way in, even if it comes at the cost of the rest of the facilities, the mainframe will. Key, I need a favor. What? From me? Why me, of all people? What? You want me to attack the second storage as an entrance? I know it said that there's going to be a patch soon, but what if we just ignore it? Sensei, why would you want to do that? That's very mean to the person who built this facility. I do not like it. She's right. That second storage is the very reason for this place's existence, even if I tried. I don't think I'd be able to break it. What? That's exactly why it'll be effective? What in the world are you saying? Well, we're not trying to break in. It says even if we just attempt to. Could it be? Key, what are you planning to do? That's what Sensei is thinking? Even so, are you serious? With all the guns there are in Kavotos, you want me to do this completely unarmed? Poor me. Anyways, what are you doing? Tepereth or whatever your name was. Your seeds are in danger, you know. What? What are they doing? I have no clue. Well, I suppose that's what they call beating a dead horse. And they believe that beating a horse will open the door? Aren't they being too naive? Even if they were to open the door, what's their objective? To steal seeds? This is why I don't understand the foolishness of living beings. They have no clue what they're doing, nor what it'll lead to. Huh? What's wrong, Ein? Tippy sent us a message. Threat to second storage detected. Resource distribution adjustments are necessary. Allocating all power to second storage defense? So it's going to install a septum. Readjust temperature and humidity to secure the storage's safety. And in order to do that, it plans to cease the release of the nerve agent? Huh? That surprised me. It almost short-circuited its body as well. But more importantly, as expected, the gas emission stopped. Great job, Key. No need for praise. I didn't do much. Huh? I'm beginning to regain my strength as well. Momoi, Midori, Yuzu, everyone, are you okay? I want to sleep more. Don't wake me up. Huh? Sensei? Alice? What happened? What happened? I'm not sure if this statement is appropriate given the current circumstances and the level of danger. But I slept very well. I can say that right now. I, Asuma Toki, am invincible. Sensei, are you okay? I think I fainted. My status is back to normal. I'm in perfect condition. I'm glad everyone's safe. So what happened was... I'm sorry. This is all my fault, because of me. If only I'd insisted on letting Tepereth preserve the seeds. Return to your senses, Soph. Hour? Stop that whimpering, Soph. Nothing is over yet. Above all, we believe in you. Soph, Ein, Elder Sister, and Tepereth, even myself. Well, I can't speak for other prophets, but they feel the same way. Likely. You really had to ruin it with the likely. And above all, Soph, if you say that, then Tepereth's wish and decision will all be in vain. But I think we can still do what we can do. We will help you, however we can, because that's why we're here, right? It is correct, Soph. It is not our place to judge one's superiority or inferiority to another. Harmony cannot be defined as uniformity and uncritical conformity. Such conditions would be closer to coercion, oppression, and violence. Rather, harmony is compromise, for each individual to seek agreement within their own terms. Without such respect, we cannot proceed as one. An individual's responsibility... What are you doing, Cat? What do you want? Huh? What is it? An individual's responsibility is the responsibility of the whole. The happiness of the whole is what individual happiness... Wait, what? Huh? Did I read that last part right? The happiness of the whole is individual happiness. Elder Sister. Strength is not found in isolation, whether living or conscious. Our duty is to lend an aiding hand to the suffering. Perhaps we could scrutinize this with a malicious intent and label it as a mistake derived from Teperoth and Soph's actions. Even then, we exist to support each other, support such mistakes. Therefore, Ein, would you please commune with Tepereth? Yes, Elder Sister. Tiffy, I'm sorry. Please listen. Those people aren't trying to ruin your seeds. They're just pretending. They're like mean, grumpy people who are trying to trick you. That's why, Tiffy, you don't need to redirect your resources. But if those people don't leave Tiffy alone, even we don't know what will happen. We want to protect your precious seeds too, Tiffy. That's why we have to. Very politely, send them back to where they were. Please, Tiffy. We'll also help you as much as we can. Thus, Tepereth follows its course. Shall we entrust this to its will, Soph? Yes, thank you, everyone. Yes, yes, yes. Now, let's not be so dreary. Such things happen, so simply consider this a favor owed. Hour. You sounded like a human just now. Blech. This leads to my next concern. This might sound odd, but I want us to make some other preparations as well. Other preparations? What kind? You're saying that... I know, it's rather shameless of me, but... Well, it's fine, is it not? It's fine? Regardless of such semantics, do you not remember your own words, Soph? You once said we might have to consider making Tepereth retreat to the Steel Continent. Even from the perspective of conserving forces, recovering Tepereth seems to be the correct course of action. Now that I think about it, I was supposed to be in charge of that. I'm sorry, Soph. No, I'm the one who's sorry. Therefore, shame does not exist here. This is still as we planned, is it not? Well, I suppose in an ideal world we wouldn't have gotten to this point. Thank you, everyone. I just want to say, with all of us together, this feels really nice. There. Cease this embarrassing speech, and let us work. We will force those pests into face. The true terror of Tepereth. What happened? Is this a signal from a new prophet? Tepereth? Everyone, evacuate. Beginning evacuation. This way. Understood. Sensei, come this way. Come what may, safety is our top priority, everyone. So we don't actually fight Tepereth? Or is it going to be like a watered down version? Oh, so it is a watered down version, okay. Oh yeah, we're just start at the last part. Oh no, what?
次へ参り戦闘を開始します。
私の助けが必要なのです。
ターゲットとして最適に受け取ってちょうだい。
魔法をかけます。魔法がかかりました。
アモス、ここを頼んだわ。
全力で行きます。
Is this one where we actually have to be serious?
やー
チャージします。始めましょう。魔法をかけます。危険を排除します。
ターゲットとして最適にアモス、ここを頼んだわ。受け取ってちょうだい。助かりました。完了。
ファイヤー。
チャージします。
I think this is one that we just automatically lose. I mean, it'd be cool if it wasn't,
や
but...
ー発射。
始めましょう。危険を排除します。
これが天使の力よ。受け取ってちょうだい。
助かりました。装着完了。
チャージします。
Oh, okay, yeah, it's scripted. Gotcha.
移動します。
目標を確認。行きます。私の助けが必要なのです。
力いる。
発射。
私の助けが必要なのです。
発射。
チャージします。
Wait, why did Emmy die?
これが原子の力いる。
So the question is, were we actually supposed to win? We were. Okay. I thought this was like scripted bullshit. Okay. We actually have to win. Okay, so we skip Aruski. Let's go. Skip. Okay, we actually have to try. Gotcha. Which means this is gonna be super easy. Okay, so we use Hanako. We use Mika. Do we need a healer? We do need cost generation. Probably. Saya. We don't really need a tank, right? Let's see who our specials are going to be. We will want... Kisaki and Rio, probably. Nagisa. Where is Coconut? There we go. Game? There we go.
そこはもう少し優しく。
Also, I still don't know how Emmy died. Like, how did she get hit by the laser?
「あら、こちらまでいらしたのですね。」
I think you just wait for the next round.
これで完成なのじゃ。ありがとうございます。今度お返ししますね。
Man, we can't do that. We're gonna have to do you.
何もしないをする。悪くないですね。 皆さん、こちらへどうぞ。涼しいですね。今日の点数は。ありがとうございます。
Oh, it's already dead.
なんとか終わりましたね。
Is it time for the raid now?
まさに得意現象ですね。
Raid started.
私
So
が期
let's
待
do
してい
that.
たものとは
If it loads.
いささか趣が異なりますけれど。一つ分かったことがあるよ。
Come
何にも
on,
わからない
no.
ってこと。
There's no way my internet dropped just now. There's no way. And it's locking. It won't let me. Well,